sa mga issues na igwang mga kinaaraman an syudad ng Naga.
Allen, maray na pagkaaga asin sa mga amigo ta sa media, sa mga nagdadalan, maray na pagkaaga po. Medyo kapos kita ngunyan sa oras, Allen. Ninhulit at 9 o'clock mapuon po si session regular kan sangguniang panlunsod. Dahil taman inuhuna na may mga arog ka itong pangyayari kan Lunes asin Martes kung saan deklara na mayon trabaho sa gabos na mga opisina kan gobyerno siring man mayong klase sa pampubliko asin pribadong educational institutions. Now, at yan, number 1 po sa lista kan unfinished business kan sangguniang panlunsod itong imbitasyon ki Engineer Nelson Lalas kan Casureco 2 siring man kay Engineer Rebecca Roses kan DPWH. Ini may kinaaraman po duman sa commitment na ipinaabot sa sangguniang panlunsod 2 sessions ago kan maimbitaran ta po si Engineer Lalas sa lado kan DPWH nagrepresentar po si Engineer Rick Ragrayo manunungod sa relocation kan mga poste kan kuryente kan mga public utilities along national roads. Ang pag-uulayan ta pa po digdi si obstruction si mga electrical posts along national roads. Dahil pakabali itong yaraon sa major city roads or thoroughfares. Magigiramdaman man po na ining bagay na ini ang pigbabasihan itong issuance kan DPWH as in Department of Energy na joint circular. Haloy na po ini pigahalat ta ini sinagpo-provide kay itong guidelines kung papaano ang gigibuhon para sa relocation kay itong mga poste. Kan nakaagi pong session regular piglinaw po sa satuya kan DPWH na nagluluwas nga ni ngayadig din na kami si mas desidido. Ninhulit pinaisin na as early as July and then nag-follow up pa po kan August si Engineer Rick Ragrario sa Casureco 2. Tanganing matawan na po ang Department of Public Works and Highways kaitong costing, kaitong gagastuson kan Casureco 2 para sa relocation kay itong mga public utility post. Tanganing ini man na kinakaipuhan na budget maitao kan Department of Public Works and Highways. So kan nakaagi pong session, ang sabi po sa satuya ni Engineer Lalas, pinipreparar pa lang po ninda. Ang sabi po sa satuya, ngaya tawanan yan indo kami hanggang katapusan kan Oktubre. Alagad nagluluwas po kaya na ining bagay na ini dapat madalian ang aksyon. Ninhulit 1-year period lang ang itinatao sa mga electric cooperatives to submit their respective budgetary requirements and for the Department of Public Works and Highways to act favorably thereon. Outside of the 1-year period, mayo ng obligasyon ang Department of Public Works and Highways. Sa madaling sabi, pag dahil nakasubmit ka itong request, ka itong budgetary requirements within the 1-year period, ang maasumir na kan gagastuson ang mga electric cooperatives, including Casureco 2. In which case, that will be doubly difficult or hard for our electric cooperatives to effect the relocation of all these electrical posts. Kaya, ipinakiulay mi po kay Engineer Lalas na no later than October 15 i-submit na itong budgetary requirements and i-furnish ang sangguniang panlunsod. And for this purpose, nangako po siya and kaya po imbitaran ta po ngunya na session regular si Engineer Lalas. Sana mag-abot po siya, tanganing ma-update po kita. Interesadong gayo ang lokal na gobyerno kanagan, inhuli po ta sa lista kan DPWH as in Casureco 2, nasa 91 electrical posts kan Casureco 2. Anyaon along the various national roads within Naga City. pareho po ka nasabi ko kasi bago na ipakabali dyan itong mga electrical posts along the major roads of the city of Naga. This is a separate matter that will have to be taken up between and among the city government of Naga and Casureco too. Pero siguro later na po ini. Takaipuan taman po na i-relocate ini mga posting ini na yaon sa tinampo sa mga major city roads. So iyo yan si inaasahan ta na mayor na tutukaron po ngunya na pagkaaga.
Alright. Mga pag-iriba? Questions?
Thank you, Sir Allen. Good morning, Vice. Good morning sa mga colleagues. Siguro yun na po yung pagkakataon mi na makuha ng kaning reaksyon. So, bakit baga naging bisita si Presidente Duterte sa Capitolio Provincial, siya po mismo nagsabi, direct from the horse's mouth, na ang syudad ni Naga mas sikat saka mas asensado kung i-compare sa Legazpi. That's why medyo natuyaw niya nga ni ang Pili Airport o Naga Airport na dapat magkaigwan in rehabilitation. Kamu po, tapirmi ka muna guuli sa kasi VP Lenny. Ano na po, Vice, latest information ini pong sa rehabilitation, reorientation kang Naga Airport?
Thank you, Myra, sa kahaputan. Inot, nagpapasalamat po kita kay Presidente Duterte sa pag-acknowledge na ang Naga, iyo an, anong apod kayan? Mas asinsadong syudad, digdi po sa Bicol region. Hali mismo sa Presidente kan Pilipinas, asin si obserbasyon na kaipuhan na talaga na pakarayon ang Naga Airport dyan sa Pili. Sa totoo lang, haloy na po si Pag-Urulay manunungod po sa bagay na ini. And ang understanding ko po, iyon na ang initial step is to acquire those properties that will be affected by the redevelopment of the airport. Daradakaw lang kwarta po ang kaipuhan kaini. Ang pagkakaintindi ko din po na i-download na ini and ang in charge para sa acquisition through expropriation. Iyo po ang provincial government of Camarines Sur. But then of course, si mas importante, si panduang parte, si construction kaitong landing area and then of course iba pa pong mga facilities. So sana matawan ang gad nin priority nin magakanigong attention kan gobyerno nasyonal dahil haloy na po ining pigahalat bako ulan kan Naga City, bako ulan kan mga taga Camarines Sur, kundi kan iba pang party kan Bicol including Camarines Norte na nagagamit po kan Naga Airport. So maray na bareta po ini na mismong ang Presidente kan Pilipinas pigtukar ini sa iyang speech sa kasuodma.
Good morning, Vice, and sa mga pag-iriba. Parte po kan aktibidad kasuodma sa pagbisita ni Presidente Duterte yung Federalism Summit. Ano po ang opinion nindo digdi sa ipigtutulod na presidential federal form of government? Garo hybrid po kaya siya?
Kami po sa Team Naga, sa grupo po ni Mayor Jan Bongat, dahil man po ini official na napag-uulayan. Kaya mayo man po kaming official stand pag-abot po sa pagtulod kan gobyerno nasyonal na mabago ang sistema kan sa tuyang gobyerno. So sangon yan, kung igwaman personal opinion po siguro, pero itong official position kan mga opisyalis kan lokal na gobyerno kanaga mayo po.
Questions? Sir Danny?
Good morning, Vice. Garuboy naman ako kasamit ni Presni. Muna na si Mana. Kailan din naka-Amerikana si Allen?
Sa sunod dangan sa sunod medyo horohalawig po kita.
Vice, anapot ko.
Wala nga may kapit.
Garo po makulit na kamo. Kaya abogado perfecto aki Junjun Bragais. Takada ko lang pong pending na mga road right away na di pa po nasikaso sa pagfile po nin expropriation case. Second, ini pong pagkulit manindo kay Mr. Orsua sa personnel officer na sabi nga ni Consul Rentoy na dapat mag-file na kamo nin i-cite for contempt. Bago po kamo kung maagi mo na sa korte. Ano na po ang latest na gigibo na lakdang nindo in case na di po mag-attend din ko niya sa session si Mr. Orsua si man si Atty. Bragais?
Dan, inoton ko tabi itong manunungod ki Mr. Bob Orsua. Ang rason kung tano ta ipinapaapod ta po siya, ninhulita igwang kahagadan po si Mayor Jan Bongat na appropriation for job order and contractual employees. May mga bagay na dapat linawon po ang sangguniang panglungsod. As in, ang makakalinaw lang po kayo ni si Mr. Bob Orsua bilang pamayukan Human Resource and Management Office. Ipinaabotan na po yan kay Mayor Jan Bongat dangan ka nakaaging simana right after our session. Nabaritaan ko po na si Mr. Bob Orsua nagduma na po sa opisina ni Mr. Hill de la Torre. As in, base sa representasyon po sa sakuya ni Mr. Hill de la Torre, mukhang maparisir po ngunyan si Mr. Bob Orsua. Sana mag-attender po siya ang piguulayan po digdi bako man si ano man na proposed pending legislative measure initiated by any member of the Sangguniang Panlungsod, kundi itong request po mismo ni Mayor Jan Bongat para sa mga job order and contractual employees. Nasa 55 tabi yan, Danny. So, kung maaabala man sinda o kaya padagos na maaabala, kumbaga, mayong pagkukulang po kayan ang sangguniang panglungsod. Sana maintindihan po yan. And I think, si pagduman po ni Mr. Bob Orsua sa opisina ni Mr. Hill de la Torre, that is an indication na naintindihan po niya si issue. And mapareser po siya. Sa kaso po ni Attorney Perfecto Bragais III, duang session na po na dai siya nag-attendir. Tibaad po ngunyan mag-attendir po siya. Lalong-lalo na taigwa po siyang surat sa Samuya, and that is forming part of our agenda as item number 8 under the unfinished business. Importante na itong mga naka-assign po sa iyang trabaho, makuata na po tulos, so inaasahan tang positive action man from the court. Ang tinutukoy ta po itong expropriation cases, si eminent domain cases na pig-autorisar ta na i-file na sa regional trial court. Tanganing ma-secure na po itong mga road right-of-ways, and then tanganing ma-implementar na din po si mga proyekto na pig-iisip ta makakatabang. Number 1, halimbawa itong Calawag San Felipe Circumferential Road, makakatabang sa pag-iscan traffic digdi sa area kan magsaysay sa may libuton. Siring man po itong Langon Kararayan to San Isidro Road, importanteng maray po ini para duman sa sanitary landfill. Again, ini sanitary landfill, bako lang po ini proyekto kan Sangguniang Panglungsod, kundi proyekto po ini ni Mayor Jan Bongat under the executive branch, and that therefore this should be considered as a priority. Kung dahil pa po siya mag-abot ngunyan, ako personally pig-consider ko itong ibang possible options. Like for instance, the Sangguniang Panlungsod taking the lead in talking to the owners of the private lots affected by the acquisition for purposes of the road right-of-way. Sa hiling ko po, madali man ipaintindi sa mga landowner ang rason kung taano ta kaipuhan si daga. And ultimately, mabenepisyo man po sinda kayan Dahil daiman si gabos na kabuan kan daga na pagsasadir kay ining mga private property owners na ini kukuanon kan syudad. Aside from the fact na babayadan man po sinda kay itong inaapod na just compensation, si introduction kay itong tinampo sa indang pagsasadiri. Matabang yan tanganing mailangkaw si value, si kantidad kan sa indang daga. Of course, ang primary purpose na po digdi iyon na masolusyonan si mga problema na inaatubang kan sa tuyang syudad. Sa lado ka itong, in the case of the Calawag San Felipe Circumferential Road, itong sa problema tapo sa trafiko. In the case of the Langon Cararayan to San Isidro Road, itong problema tapo sa basura. So, we are expecting, aram ko, mga mature individuals man po kita, na maintindihan ining urgency na ini, and that therefore everyone will have to work hand on hand para ma-achieve si katuyuhan kan lokal na gobyerno kanaga.
Thank reaction Vice. Ika po naging city legal officer. Perang alaw, perang semana bago po makapile in expropriation case.
Dan iba si sitwasyon ko ka ito, iba man si sitwasyon ko niyan ni Attorney Perfecto Bragais III. Baad mas madali po si sitwasyon ko ka ito. But based on my experience, once the authority is given by the Sangguniang Panlungsod in favor of the city mayor, si legal officer can immediately prepare the complaint for eminent domain. In 1 week's time, pwedeng tapos na po yan. Ha? And then, baad kaipuhan in sarupang simana for the actual filing of the complaint. Pero, maski na po nga sinasabi kong arog kayan, iba man po si sitwasyon ko. Ha? Ang pinaka-importante po digdi sa expropriation, iyon na makasecure tulos ang lokal na gobyerno kanaga kaya itong inaapod na writ of possession. And ang kaipuhan lang po kayan, makapag-deposito ka nin 15% kay itong fair market value kan daga na pigi-expropriate. Ang basihan man po kayan, itong fair market value, si value kan daga as indicated in the tax declaration. Kaya madalion man po ang pag-compute kayan. Pag nakadeposito ka na sa husgado, and then you are able to prove that the property is going to be used for public use or purpose, ma-issue po tulos nin writ of possession ang husgado. Iba pa itong determination of the appropriateness, whether or not the local government unit is in the proper exercise of its power. And itong panduang stage, si determination ka itong just compensation. That is another phase.
The more siya nadidili ang pagsangating kaso, the more man po nadidili ang project ang City Hall.
In fact, mas dakol na naapektuhan sa delay kan anuman na proyekto kan gobyerno. Pag nahaman po kaya tulos ang proyekto, makakapagbenepisyo na po kita duman.
Sir, good morning.
Roy.
Pwede mo pong maraman kung ano po ang dahilan kung tano tayo na nag-ara-attendir sa sesyon si Mr. Babu Suwa. Dahil may na-receive kaming info na garo na bastos siya dyan sa Sangguniang Panlungsod kan mag-attend siya. Pandua, ito pong ano pang development sa pagpasiring taduman sa Lapu-Lapu City.
Inoton ko si Inot na nahapot ano. Igwa man agad na insidente po in the past involving Mr. Bob Orsua and a member of the Sangguniang Panlungsod on a matter inquired into by the Sangguniang Panlungsod. But that was several months ago? And itong present incident po kaya may kinaaraman sa request po ni Mayor dyan. So this is a separate matter. Itong pagdumanmi man po sa Lapu-Lapu City para sa pag-attender kan sarong programa and then tour inspection kay itong waste to energy facility. There is already an actual waste to energy facility in the country. Mukhang iyo po ina ang pinakainot, located in Lapu-Lapu City sa Cebu. Itong nagtugdok po kaya kaini, nagsurat na po sa Satuya. As in, nagpo-propose na sindaman si bugtak kansiring na facility sa Naga. Kaya lang kita po baga initanggapon man sa DAI, garo tada nakita nin raya dahil sa pangyayari duman sa CJ Global. So, mautang sigurado ho na igwa talaga ang siring na facility. Kaya po sa October 28, ma-attender po, maduman po kita sa Cebu. Kaibanan ta po si mayorya kan miyembro kan Sangguniang Panlunsod, dangan si mga miyembro kan technical working group. So in the morning of October 28, igwang halipot na programa po, yaon man din po duman bilang principal guest, si Vice President Leni Robredo. Tanto totoo po kayan, ang nag-connect po sa Satuya, iyo po si opisina kan Vice Presidente. So an AMRI, Aquilini Materials Recovery Energy, Renewable Energy Incorporated, iyo po si nag-imbita as nag-o-offer ng establishment kan kaparehong facilities. So dagos po yan, maduman po kita, asin maaraman ta din po duman si detalye kan offer po ninda. Kung sang-ayon ba yan, duman sa pighahaman ta po na guidelines for the establishment of waste to energy facility.
Thank you. Last of questions?
Sir, ano lang, di man daw po na medyo naraya si Mr. Babustuwa sa Sangguniang Panlunsod. And ano pang assurance na dahil na ma-outro itong mga nangyari kay itong enot na garo magkaigwaning pambabasto sa Sangguniang Panlunsod?
Baad kaya, para sa paghiling niya, baad pambabastos siya, no? Dahil ko man habang ko man na i-justify si sarong miyembro kan Sangguniang Panlunsod kung taanot na nakataram siya ka ito. Mas maray siguro na siya ang magsabi kung ano man po si rason niya. Pero para po sa Sakuya, may official na kahagadan ang mayor, and importante si impormasyon na yaon sa opisina kan Human Resource and Management Office. Itao po niya yan sa Sangguniang Panlunsod. Tanganing ma-actionan si kahagadan po ni Mayor Jan Bongat.
Melvin.
Sir, good morning. Sir, status lang sir kay itong towing ordinance kasi since before September, bigsasabi ta na after September ilulusot itong towing ordinance. And second question sir, ano si hiling ta kang epekto kang 2-day suspension kang klase sa katrabaho?
Duman mo na sa inot sa proposed ordinance ni Councilor Joselito del Rosario.
Yes, sir.
In fact, that is item number 18 of the unfinished business. Talagang ang Sangguniang Panlunsod, maut mi na pong maipasar ining ordinansang ini. So, kabali po siya sa tutukaron at yan. Kung daiman po siya matapos, ninhulita igwapang saro pang importanteng ordinance na ang proponent iuman po si Councilor Lito del Rosario, maawat mi na din po ining madesisyonan. Kung daiman po ini madesisyonan at yan, sa masunod na session, ibabali mi na naman po ini. So, daita po pupunduhan ini hanggat dain didisis yunan.
Ano sa urgent
importante po ini, kaipuhan ta ini. Tanganing magkaigwang dagdag na disiplina sa Satuya pong mga tinampo, mas maging malinig, mas maging mahiwas po siya. Si Pandua,
sir, may duwang sunudan na suspension kang klase tapos trabaho sa gobyerno. Sailing doon sa nasa gobyerno kasi. May observation lang sir, ano si dahil nung pwedeng epekto kayo ni sa pagkagapsan sa Satuya. Thank you sir.
Ara mo tabi Melvin, kung may discretion lang ang lokal na gobyerno kanaga para magsabi na dai sunodon itong suspension kan trabaho as in klase. Insofar as the city of Naga is concerned, sa hiling ko sayang si mga oportunidad na nagkawarara. Ang hiling ko po pati kaya man na igwang trabaho sa Satuya, may klase si mga eskwelahan sa publiko as in pribado. Garuda iman po kitang gayong apektado kay itong transport strike mukhang bako man po nga ni siya transport strike. Jeepney strike po siya. Tadaiman po gabos na public utility vehicles nagbali po duman sa nationwide strike. Kaya kung igwa ko tang siring na diskresyon na itinataoan gobyerno nasyonal, baad mas marhay. Takon na mayong trabaho, mayong klase, nasasayang po ang satuyang oras. Mayo na kitang ginigiribo, di ba? Minsan mas magasto. Pero the fact na mayo kang ginibo sa laog nin duang aldaw. Dako lang kawaran yan para sa tuya, para sa syudad. Si economic impact po kayan sa pangkagabsan. And even to individual persons. Ang simpleng halimbawa na lang po baga sa sarong abogado, kung igwa kang nakaschedule na hearing sa korte, dahil kansilado, suspendido si trabaho, dahil ka na mapunta sa husgado. Di ba? Dahil ka na mapunta sa korte, dahil ka makakakolek ng appearance fee. Ayun po baga. Di ba? Siring man si Kuyan, mga nagtatrabaho, ordinaryong mga nagtatrabaho. Dahil mayong trabaho, dahil ka matrabaho, dahil ka babayadan. Base sa reglamento na no work, no pay. O paano naman si pang-ipukan sa imong pamilya. So iyo po yan si mandatang epekto kung mga siring na pangyayari na unplanned, tapos day punggayo na pag-iisipan si mga epekto kayo.
Alright, mabalos po, Vice Mayor Legacion sa makapag-iriba sa media. Thank you very much po. Mapuna po ang sesyon, yaw na ang Sergeant at Arms. Sinusundo na sa itong Vice-Alcalde. Masunod po at siya, abangan ta, Mr. Nani Soron. Mabalos po tabi, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Kindly take your seat for our roll call.
Honorable Nelson S. Legacion, City Vice Mayor and Presiding Officer present. Roll call on the City Councilors. Honorable Cecilia Vidiasis present. Honorable Gregorio R. Abunal present. Honorable Jose Siranyola present. Honorable Elmer S. Baldimoro present. Honorable Mila S. Derquid Arroyo absent. Honorable Julian Silabadia Jr. present. Honorable Joselito S. A. Del Rosario present. Honorable Vidal P. Castillo present. Honorable Ray and Cedric Girintoy present. Honorable Salvador M. Del Castillo present. Honorable Tomas Ramon A. Sanchez Jr. present. Mr. Chairman, it is a quorum.
Roll call also for senior citizens official.
Honorable Armando Bolima.
Present.
Present. Honorable Lely Villarrauri, absent. Honorable Virginia L. Martin, absent. Yeah. Honorable Erminia Morada, absent. Honorable Nomila Colvera, present. Honorable Rosario Stanislao, present. Honorable Rodolfo Fresnillo, present. Honorable Venancio Pimentel, absent. Honorable Dante Belen, absent. Honorable Salvador Naag, absent. Honorable Herminia Arroyo, present. And Honorable and Buro, absent. No quorum. Maybe because the announcement
Okay.
was did not reach them.
Notwithstanding the lack of quorum on the part of the senior citizen officials, and there being a quorum insofar as the regular Sangguniang Panlungsod is concerned, the 63rd regular session of the 12th Sangguniang Panlungsod is now formally open.
Prayer.
Dear Lord, as we deliberate in today's session, give us the wisdom to overcome passion. Give us that understanding heart to do away with prejudice. Give us the foresight to know what the future may devise. Give us the courage and strength to seek the truth and what is good. Give us the facility of language that we may be understood. And finally, our Lord, make us worthy public servants of the city. We deeply love and highly honor Naga City, the heart of Bicol. Amen.
Pambansang awit.
Ang pamilip, pwes ng silamanan, alap ng puso, sa ibig mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng mag-ibig, sa manlulupit, di ka pasisiin, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong mukha. May nilagang tula at awit sa paglayang nilamahal. Ang sarap ng matawat mo'y tanong, kailan nag-ibig. Ang bituin na araw niya, kailan pa may magbibig. Lupa ng araw ng ating pagsinta, buhay langit sa timog. Ang ligaya na pa, may mga akit, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
We acknowledge the presence of Councilor Mila Rakid Arroyo. The Secretary will please take note. We proceed to the next item.
Privilege time.
Anyone from the regular members? If none,
Anyone from the senior citizens member? If none, no.
next item.
Reading and approval of the order of business.
Councilor Elmer Baldimoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, may I move to dispense the reading of the order of business with the following inclusion. Item number 1 of the special business order. May I know the wisdom of this honorable chamber, if it is resolution of condolences only or resolution giving exemplary performance of the late Vice Mayor, former City Councilor Dr. Lourdes Asense. If we will give a commendation or just a resolution of condolences. So there is a two proposed resolution, Mr. Chair. Number one, resolution of commendation to the late Dr. Lourdes Asense as former City Vice Mayor and City Councilor. Another, Mr. Chair, is the resolution of condolences to the bereaved family of Dr. Lourdes Asense. Another, Mr. Chair, under unfinished business is item number 2A of the unfinished business is the letter from Mr. Roberto Orsua of HRMO. Under new business, Mr. Chair, item number 5 is the endorsement from the City Mayor endorsing, submitting the proposed annual budget of the City of Naga for the year 2018 amounting to 1,138,780,544.31. Item number 6 of the new business is the proposed resolution of the Honorable Joselito Del Rosario, resolution creating an oversight committee to oversee and monitor the implementation of the relocation of Casoreco 2 distribution, sub-distribution lines affected by the projects undertaken by the Department of Public Works and Highways and the City Government of Naga, providing its composition, defining its function, and for other purposes. Item number 7 of the new business is the letter from Rosette Anastasio requesting for financial assistance for his participation in the 2017 Batang Pinoy Championship. I so move for its approval, Mr. Chair.
Without objection, our order of business as modified is now approved.
Order of business, reading and approval of the minutes of the previous session, minutes of the 33rd regular session held on March 1, 2017.
Again, Councilor Baldemoro.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. May I move to dispense the reading of the minutes of the 33rd regular session of the 12th Sangguniang Panglungsod held on March 1, 2017. I so move for its approval.
Without objection, the minutes is now approved. Next item.
Special business order, the resolution of commendation to former City Councilor and City Vice Mayor Lourdes Asense.
Any comment on this? The proposed resolution of commendation, Councilor Diasis. So on joint and collective motion. Next item.
The resolution of condolences to the bereaved family of the late Dr. Asense.
Also on joint and collective motion. Next item.
Unfinished business. Item 1 and 1A letters both dated October 11, 2017, reminding the Kasuraico 2 through the project supervisor and the DPWH regarding their presence in today's regular session to render an update on the relocation of electric posts affected by the road widening project.
May we know from the Secretary if the concerned officials had been duly notified?
They were notified, Mr. Chair, but the supposed regular session is on October 17. We tried to contact their landline this morning, but we found difficulty in reaching.
So we will calendar this for our next regular session. Next item.
The letter dated October 11, 2017, inviting into this regular session Mr. Roberto Orsua, City Human Resource Management Officer, to render a report on the matter contained in the previous letter invitation dated October 4, 2017. And 2A, the letter of Mr. Orsua.
2A. Any comment on this?
We acknowledge the presence of Senior Citizens Councilor Edgar Hernandez and Senior Citizens Councilor Lilibel Larauri.
Councilor Ray Andrentoy.
May we know whether the Secretary has already communicated with the City Mayor regarding our directive to communicate to the City Mayor the perennial absence of Mr. Orsua in this chamber?
The Secretary, please.
We already sent the letter, Mr. Chair. Copy furnished Mr. Orsua and the Mayor. No response.
So how do we dispose the particular item subject of the request of the Mayor? Councilor Salvador del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The problem is, if we have some clarification, Mr. Chair, who will answer in the absence of the Human Resource Management Officer?
Okay. So who will?
So with that, Mr.
Who
Chairman,
will provide us the necessary information?
So with that, Mr. Chairman, I move that we defer consideration of this matter and calendar this for the next regular session. And if again, Mr. Orsua will be absent during that regular session, this representation might move for the passage of a resolution requesting the court to cite Mr. Orsua in contempt.
Councilor Greg Abonal and then Councilor Ray Andrentoy.
Mr. Chairman, may I just verify whether or not, first, the call for Mr. Orsua is for him to properly identify the assignment of those that are labeled to be with Sangguniang Panlunsod. All the others are actually clear. Sa tingin ko yun lang naman eh. Okay. As a result, may we check whether or not all those in the list of job orders have been paid? The impression I have is that they have not been paid. If indeed they have not been paid their salaries from beginning time up to this moment, Then while we are waiting for resolution to this, let us write a letter to all those concerned, explaining why they are not being paid. Kasi iniisip naman ninda, sanggunian kay nga piga aproban. I think officially we have to communicate to all of those concerned the correct information that they are not being paid because there is an error in the classification, and for which we have been asking for correction of the error, but then the appropriate officer to clarify that has not been appearing and has not even communicated. I think we owe those people explanation. Di sururatan. I would like to submit that as a motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Can we favorably consider the suggestion, the motion of Councilor Greg Abunal? Councilor Miles? Councilor Greg?
The idea is while we are waiting for resolution of the standoff between the Sanggunian and the resource management officer, I think those people who are affected by this, those who have not received their salaries, should be officially informed of the reason why they could not be released their salaries.
Is there an objection? If none, yes, Councilor Akid Arroyo.
I am just very concerned, Mr. Chair, because I believe these personnel have already been rendering service to the city government, and until now we could not, I believe we could not, unless disbursements have already been made prior to our approval again.
Would you like that we be informed immediately as to whether or not these employees are had been paid or are already being paid of their salaries?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So maybe
in which case the secretary is instructed to invite Mr. Frank Mendoza and or Mrs. Paciencia Tabinas?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Yes, and simply hun man lang baga, Mr. Chair, sinahagad ng information that we be informed kung saan talagang offices naka-assign itong mga empleyadong ito, because they are certainly not assigned in the Sangguniang Panglungsod. Itong mga nakalaagtabing naka-assign.
Is that not already responded to in the document attached to the October 13, 2017 letter?
Because if they are, Mr. Chair, then I think there's no more reason. If they are really actually rendering service in those offices, then there's no more reason for us not to approve, so that the salaries may already be released if they have not been released yet.
So, isn't this enough compliance with our requirement, this document? The document lists down the employees concerned, the offices to which they are assigned, their status, with a separate column for those who endorsed the concerned employees, the date they are supposed to have started rendering services, up to a certain date they are expected to continue rendering services, and the corresponding compensation. Are these not enough information? Councilor Salvador del Castillo.
In the first place, Mr. Chairman, there is illegality in the hiring of these people. Why? There is no appropriation to support the salaries of this. Why these people was hired? That's a violation of existing government regulation. We cannot be forced, Mr. Chairman, to pay anybody who was hired in the absence of a certification as to the availability of funds. And that was contained not only in PD 1445, but all budgetary rules and regulations, including the local government code. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I believe that it's really necessary that the Human Resource Management Officer appear before the Sangguniang Palunsod.
Should we... Anyway, Councilor Labadia Jr. and Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Sa statement ni Councilor Buddy Del Castillo, Mr. Chairman, nag-uuyon ako kan sa iyang sinasabi, alagad nag-aapilar kita na kung pwedeng i-consider ini yung makalusot na, number one. And number two, on the issue of the Human Resource Development Officers na dahil nag-iigdiyo sa tuya, I would support the Honorable Del Castillo on the issue of filing contempt sa court. Pero Mr. Chairman, kung pwedeng i-reconsider ni Councilor Paddy ining particular na issue digdi na mga aprobarana, and then next week pag dahil nag-abot ang City Human Resource Development Officer, that's the time that the Sangguniang Panglunsod should move on the contempt against the Human Resource Development Officer, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, ako nagtutubod, Mr. Chair, na dahil man dapat mapinalize si mga empleyadong bako man silang may kasalan, duman sa irregular na action on the part of functionaries in the city government. Nagtrabaho sinda and therefore they should be compensated. Ako nagtutubod na kung kaidto pa sa nang pigpresentar ini sa tuya, nag-action na rin kita in terms of informing the city mayor to immediately order na magpundo sa pag-service ang mga empleyadong ini hanggang daipa na at ayos ang mga legalidad manunungod sa bagay na ini, then dapat din naman kutaan na sinda nakapagparatrabaho pa. I believe kung nagparapadagos sindang trabaho, then I think they should be compensated. Dahil sinda dapat, they should not be the one to be penalized for the irregular actions, illegal if not irregular if not illegal actions of certain government functionaries in the city government. So I would move na at siya, Mr. Chair, pagyaon na si Mr. Mendoza and si Mrs. Tabinas, action ng tayo ni with finality. But in the meantime, we should also first be informed kung nasweldoan na ba sinda or daina, because it has happened in the past na maski mayo pa man approval kang sanggunian, monies have been disbursed. So we would like to know kung ano talaga ang status ng mga empleyado, nasweldohan na ba or not. And therefore, may I move for temporary deferment of this matter, Mr. Chair, until Mr. Mendoza and Ms. Tabinas appears before the sanggunian.
We temporarily defer. It's all right? Okay. Councilor Rentoy?
Deferment, Mr. Chairman. I understand that during the last regular session, you requested Mr. Rene Gumba, the liaison officer, to report before us whether he had already conferred with the city mayor regarding the continuing absence of Mr. Ursua before this chamber. So I move for the suspension of the rules.
The rules are suspended. Mr. Rene Gumba? Please proceed.
Formally conferred with the mayor on this matter, but I have requested the attention of the personnel that were being requested, specifically Mr. Bob Ursua and Attorney Junjun Bagais. On the matter of these two co-workers, Mr. Chair, Attorney Junjun is here right now and with the documents that were requested, while Mr. Bob Ursua sent to me two documents which I believe are both in the possession already of the Sanggunian. One is the letter dated March 22, 2017 and received by the Sanggunian March 24 about the request for not being here and instead submitting the documents as required. And then the second document that he provided is that document that is dated and received October 13 by the Sangguniang, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Councilor Greg.
Mr. Chairman, that Mr. Ursua should appear before the Sangguniang is one matter. But the matter that we were interested in was the correct classification, correct assignment of those job orders that were labeled as Sangguniang Panlunsod. It now appears that there is information where these people are actually working and are actually assigned.
Not under the Sangguniang Panlunsod.
Not under the Sangguniang. And therefore, Mr. Chairman, I would like to, at this point, withdraw my earlier recommendation that pending resolution of this particular case, we write letters to those individuals. We have yet to get confirmation whether or not they have been paid.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Rene Gumba. For the meantime, we suspend temporarily our discussion on this particular matter. Next item.
Letter dated October.
The rules are reinstated.
Letter dated October 10, 2017. Opisano of the City Mayor addressed to Police Chief Superintendent Antonio N. Garjola Jr., Regional Director, PNP, recommending the present Acting City Director of the Naga City Police Office, Police Senior Superintendent Jonathan Orlando Panganiban, for appointment as Permanent City Director of the City of Naga.
We just take note of this. Councilor Del Rosario.
The previous session, Mr. Chair, it was suggested by Councilor Rentoy that we await for the letter of the Mayor recommending for permanent appointment City Director, for City Director, Senior Superintendent Panganiban. And during the session, the good Councilor also mentioned that we will pass a resolution supporting the recommendation.
Any comment, Councilor Rian Rentoy?
I said those during the last regular session, but if we will going to read in the letter of the City Mayor, he has just recommended the confirmation of Police Senior Superintendent Jonathan Orlando Panganiban to become the City Director of the Naga City Police Office, Mr. Chairman. But we have yet to receive a confirmation from the Philippine National Police that indeed, through the recommendation of Mayor Bonga, it has already been confirmed. And that's the time that I'll be seconding the motion for the support, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Is that a correct understanding of our previous discussion? Okay. Councilor Akid Arroyo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think any resolution of support, whether now or in the future, I think should have a certain basis. On my part, Mr. Chair, I would like to see from the whoever would be interested to sit as City Director of the PNP to present to us what is the plan that has never been implemented yet and will contribute to the resolution of the traffic situation in the city of Naga. In other words, dapat gibuho na dahil pa nagigibo. Na pinagtutubudan na pag nagibo iyan, makaka-resolve, makakatabang sa pag-resolve ang traffic situation. At least even on that one point, Mr. Chair, madangugan taman kung si Isay ang interesadong pagtukaw bilang PNP Director, madangugan ka. Ano si planong gigibuhon na dahil pa nagigibo? Kaya nga ni araw ka niya sa itong traffic situation. So can we request, Mr. Chair, in the next session, Police Superintendent Jonathan Orlando Panganiban, if he can present something like that to the city government of Naga?
Are we confining ourselves only to that traffic problem?
For me, Mr. Chair, that's my primary concern. Of course, other peace and order situation in the city, but even on that, we can start on that particular issue. na mahilingan tang sa itong maaasahan talaga from this PNP director to be na gigibuhon in the city of Naga. Kasi puro lang plano dahil man na-implementar. So if we can invite him in the next session, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Rakid Arroyo. Are we all in agreement to that manifestation and motion? Okay. There being no objection, the Secretary is correspondingly instructed. Councilor Labadia?
Mr. Chairman, I just would like to support the Honorable Miles, and I would like to add sa saro sa pwede pag-urulayan, Mr. Chairman, na sa paglibot-libot ko ngunyan, ang feedback na nakukuha ako bako sa barangay officials kundi sa mga tao na dakol na naman na nagpo-proliferate na mga drug pushers, mga nagagaramit. Kaya saro siguro yan sa dapat pag-urulayan with Superintendent Jonathan Panganiban, Mr. Chairman.
Of course, we are aware that the matter of the enforcement of the campaign against illegal drugs was already taken out from the Philippine National Police. Councilor Sanchez Jr.
Thank you, Mr. For that, though Mr. Chairman, na-transfer yan sa PNP, ang gusto ko lang sabihin, Mr. Chairman, dahil man gusto sabihin na na-transfer na siya, dahil na kita pwede makipag-ulay sa iya tungkol sa pagpundo kang illegal na droga. Siguro, malinaw man na maray, Mr. Chairman, na ang PIDEA will take the lead. When the PIDEA take the lead, then pwede sila magsulo-solo. So, pwede, Mr. Chairman, ang pag-urulayan kung papaano ang PNP mag-coordinate sa PIDEA kung may aram sinda. Kung nahiling naman sa nakampulis na may nag-aaram na nagagaramit dyan, lalong-lalo na kung pulis pa nagagamit o barangay officials, siguro dapat tukaron yan, Giraray, Mr. Chairman, with him.
Thank you, Councilor Labadia. Councilor Sanchez Jr. And then after you, Councilor
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, suportado ko po sa motion po ni Councilor Rakid Arroyo. Kasi po, kan mga nakaagi pong aldaw, kan Saturday po, naimbitaran po kami duman sa relaunching po pala, ito dati na. Duman sa Mocax, na i-relaunch po, girarin na ang Mocax. Then, ito pong police sa barangay. Dakula po itong kunindangon yan, programa na sa pagmati po kan mga barangay official, mga barangay captain, makakatabang po to sa INDA. And natukar po nga ni duman na kung may babalik po ito, magiging katabangan po sa mga barangay, itong mga barangay sa pulis sa barangay na ibabalik po ninda na dati po nindang programa kan mga nainot pa. Kaya siguro po kung sakali po talaga na dapat maimbitaran ta po si Senior Inspector Panganiban para po maipaliwanag niyan tultul kung ano si mga programa pang ito. Kaya kinakaipuan po talaga madangog taman Giraray siya.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, Councilor Del Rosario.
Ako, Mr. Chair, ang suggestion ko po, because medyo ralawig na discussion baka this will take our time during our next session. I suggest that we conduct a special session. We invite all the station commanders, also yung mga punong barangays, para at least paglatag ninda, refocus ang urulay, Mr. Chair. A special session. Kasi di pa makita na special session this month of October. Baka po related sa peace and order.
Can we agree to that suggestion? Special session? When do we hold that? Friday. This Friday? Next week. I understand. That will be October 26. $25. Okay. What time? 25 po. 24 si birthday. So, what time? Councilor Greg?
Mr. Chairman, just before we set a special session schedule, first may we know, is this all that was communicated to the regional director? I have the honor to recommend. Is that all? Is that all that is necessary? If the regional director does act on it, what will our meeting result to? What good or what bad will it do? Mr. Chairman, I have word from the regional director na he is endorsing, in fact, Jonathan Panganiban. Kaya, it seems to me na with this letter, approval niya yan. Iwan pating pili niya. So, ano man na diskusyon ta, kabalit ta pa sa mga kapitan, ano man na sabi yun ta, will that affect the decision, the recommendation of the mayor? Okay. Na in the process, mamangkitang papel. Ang may papel dyan sa mayor.
Okay.
I am making these statements, Mr. Chairman, to protect the October 25 schedule kasi so may meeting pig-reset na naman sa 25, dahil naman madadago siyan.
In the afternoon, there are 3 committees that may be affected, assuming that these committees are going to call for committee hearings. The Committee on People Empowerment, Culture and Arts, and Senior Citizen. So if there are no schedule in the afternoon, we can hold the special session in the afternoon. Councilor Abonal.
I have asked for Arts and Culture and the other committee, Mr. Chairman. Arts and Culture and
the Senior Citizen is scheduled at 3.
Yung people
we can probably start at 1 o'clock for People Empowerment. Councilor Labadia, are you setting a hearing on October 25?
I have asked for the 2 chairs to yield the schedule to the joint meeting of Education, PWD, and City Properties.
That will be in the morning.
In the afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Unless the schedule right in front of me had been changed already.
No, that's correct, Mr. Chairman. Yung education sana meets in the morning. But, no. Yung Ways and Means pala, Mr. Chairman, I asked for the Ways and Means to meet in the afternoon, and therefore I ask People Empowerment and Culture and the Arts to yield the slot nga makamit to Ways and Means that's supposed to meet on the 26th. That is why I am saying, Mr. Chairman, na what purpose will it serve for us to meet about the recommendation for Jonathan Panganiban to become the city director?
Okay. I think it's already a given that the recommendation was already sent to the regional office, and that any time the corresponding appointment for permanent position as city director will be issued and received the soonest within the week, probably, and that therefore we can we cannot do anything about it. We understand that that is the prerogative of the city mayor, although he gave us previous information. I do not know if he was soliciting our endorsement, but that is already moot in academic. The concern now is as to what the city director intends to do during his term to solve certain pressing concern, especially in the matter of traffic problem. Other issues can still be brought up during the special session. We are not precluded from doing that. Again, Councilor Greg Abonan.
Mr. Chairman, press for time. I would suggest that as soon as Police Superintendent, Senior Superintendent Panganiban is appointed, as it is coming anyway, we request for session with him. Let it be a special session, kumbaga. If make it a public hearing, invite all the barangay chairmen, people's representatives to be able to communicate to him our concerns. But we don't have to do that as soon as possible.
Okay, the proponent, are you insisting on your suggestion, Councilor Del Rosario?
Mr. Chair, yes, Mr. Chair, because we only had the opportunity to talk with and discuss with the Senior Superintendent Panganiban. Garo duwang occasions lang. One, itong pag-courtesy call niya, very briefly, and two, itong sa issue sa signal interruption. Okay. So actually, may pa po siyang opportunity talaga na ilatag sa iyang mga programa. And I think with all of us with different concerns sa PNP as far as public safety, traffic, and yung UNDAS sa November 1. So I think opportune time ini, Mr. Chair, to have our special session.
We will consider that as a motion. Do I hear a second? Is there an objection? There being none, the same is approved. We set the date. October 25. October 25, what time? Okay, October 25 is a Wednesday. The committees, if we are scheduling it in the morning, the committees that will be affected are market, transport, education, and infra. But I understand there are items supposedly endorsed to other committees and which will be conducting a joint hearing. So that includes the Committee on Education with what? Committee on PWD and City Properties. In the afternoon, if none is scheduling a committee hearing in the afternoon, Councilor Body? In the afternoon, Empowerment, Culture and the Arts, and Senior Citizen. So, meron ba? People Empowerment, Councilor Labadia, you are not setting a committee hearing. On Culture and Arts, Councilor Ranyola, none. On Senior Citizen, none. Okay, we set it at 1 o'clock, October 25.
People Empowerment, request a Honorable Bunal na ma-conduct sa ng committee hearing.
But my understanding is that the committee hearing on October 25 will be held in the morning. Is it in the morning or in the afternoon? Councilor Greg?
Because of the abnormal week, we reset the joint committee meeting of Education, PWD, and City Properties in the morning. Duman sa time slot po kuta na yan kang education.
Okay.
Paghapon, I negotiated from Culture and the Arts and People Empowerment to yield their time slot for the joint education and city properties. Na okay naman ko ta. But if that's why earlier I was saying na pwede man mangyari ng meeting na niyo pag na-appoint na si Police Senior Superintendent.
So, can you again yield the schedule in the afternoon of October 25?
Can I ask those who yielded to yield further?
Okay. Councilor Ranyola?
Well, there was a suggestion by the Councilor Abunal that we wait for the appointment. As of yet, we did not receive, we don't know yet of the appointment coming from the region. Why are we so insistent that we conduct our special session in 25? Why not give also time for the Superintendent Panganiban to prepare so that when he comes during our special session, he will be prepared. Bakit yan? Hindi man preparado si tao. Ano ta ka nagmamadali kitang marin mag-special session? Are we wanting for one?
Any other suggested date? If the October 25 cannot be waived, Councilor Elmer Baldimoro?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kung day pa po siya holiday, Mr. Chair, the next Tuesday is 31. So, we already have four session. So, kung day man siya holiday, we held it on October 31.
We receive information that that is a holiday. Councilor Abunal?
Mr. Chairman, kung ang nakakaabala po sa 25 na hapon si PIG-SETMING Joint Committee Hearing, I guess let the chair expropriate the time slot. If it is that important and urgent, then let it be on the 25th. Masibog naman lang kami.
Okay.
What is in store would be yung for the joint committee meeting, dalawang bagay po, Mr. Chairman. Yung request ng DepEd for the titles and for yung JMR coffee shop. Baka mas importante ang
DNR. What is this? DNR?
JMR coffee shop.
JMR coffee shop. Okay. 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 Please be reminded that in the matter of holding a special session, that was already decided. Okay. Now, what is left to be resolved is the time slot, the date and the time slot. So, October 25, 1 p.m. 1 p.m. Okay. The Secretary will immediately communicate this disposition so that the acting city director will still have sufficient time to prepare whatever presentation that he may deem necessary on the given occasion. Councilor Baldimoro?
Just to add, Mr. Chair, on the presentation of the city director, could we request a presentation of the comparative crime incident from the PNP, Mr. Chair?
Okay. The Secretary will include that in the communication. So we are through with this. Can we go back? Where is Mr. Frank Mendoza? I saw him earlier. Okay. We proceed to the next item.
Letter dated October 11, 2017 of Engineer Rubencia, President, Ruby Shelter Builders and Realty Development Corporation, on the establishment of eastbound van and jeepney terminal on 6,037 square meter prime lot in CBD2 in Barangay Triangulo.
Councilor Baldimoro.
I request, Mr. Chair, the Secretariat to scroll up the letter of Engineer Bensha. Mr. Chair, in that letter, Engineer Bensha mentioned that a city councilor, no name, regarding the payment of 30 million pesos as guaranteed bonds. On my recollection, Mr. Chair, we didn't demand or request Engineer Bensha to pay a 30 million pesos guarantee bond. We only request him to present a guarantee if he could construct the presented terminal perspective, and he agreed that to submit within 15 days after that specific session. So, just for the record, Mr. Chair, we never demand Engineer Bensha to pay 30 million pesos as guarantee bond. We just require him to submit within 15 days if any guarantee that he could construct the terminal facility as presented by him during that particular session, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Councilor Greg Abonal and then Councilor Salvador del Castillo.
Mr. Chairman, I would move for the deferment of discussion on this matter since there is another one pending after this. Pag inapruban tayo yan, sayang si oras para diskusyon kita kaini.
Okay.
Inutanta na muna yung terms of reference.
Okay. Can we agree on that? If ever this can be this can form part of the discussion of the main proposed legislation. Councilor Salvador del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, Mr. Chair, during the time that we are discussing the proposal of Engineer Xia, we have given him 15 days to submit to us a proof of his financial capability to undertake the project. But despite of that period that we have given to Engineer Bensha, he did not submit to us any document which will show that he can really undertake the project. So we decided that we will already shell out the proposal of Engineer Xia. It is not connected with the other issue last regular session, Mr. Chairman, but on this particular matter, we already decided that we will not entertain anymore a proposal from Engineer Xia. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor del Castillo. Councilor del Rosario.
Mr. Chair, I hear that Councilor Abonal is suggesting that we discuss the terms of reference before we discuss.
Okay. We will proceed to that later. But for the meantime, we acknowledge the presence of Mr. Frank Mendoza and Attorney Perfecto Braga is the third. Can we go back to the item involving Mr. Frank Mendoza? I think we are referring to item number 2 of the unfinished business. We suspend our rules of procedure and request Mr. Frank Mendoza to approach the podium. Frank, a member of this body is asking whether or not the concerned job order or contractual employees have been paid of their salaries for the past months.
Not yet, Mr. Chair. There may be one or two which were charged against reversion of a particular office. Nakikimahirap na kaya ang iba dyan. Pero basically, practically all, madepo pa nagsisureldo.
Okay. Given that information, Councilor Greg Abunal.
If we check the records, Mr. Chairman, it appears that the request was submitted mga 3 sessions ago. Okay. Pero naabala, Mr. Chairman, dahil pika-identify man kayo itong pira nasa a number basta from 28 to number 40 yata yun, Mr. Chairman, na nakasurat SP yan, number 28 to number 40. SP, yan ang big question, Mr. Chairman. Day man big question so iba. Now, there is an October 13 submission na mayo ng SP. Gabos na bagato, iba-ibang opisina. Even as, in fact, I can see that one of those guys, number 33, yaon sa to, nagre-report. Pero mayo naman siya sa SP. Now, Mr. Chairman, given that, I don't think there is any more impediment for withholding the salaries of these individuals. But it should be important, yung sabi ko kasubago, na i-communicate sa gabus na ini na nag-abala daw po kang sweldo ninda, bako man dahil piga-aproban kang SP. Unang-una, pig-submit, huri naman. I don't think this was submitted at the time that they started work. Isinabit niyo for approval, huri naman. Mga 3-4 weeks ago lang. Secondly, si pig-submit, dahil pa-acceptable sa sanggunian for dahil misrepresented yung number 28 to number 40. Now it is clear if there is any need for a motion to approve the appropriation for this or whatever, chargeable to whichever the budget officer may have pointed to already, I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection? Okay, Councilor Del Castillo.
Just a clarification. Can we look at the recent submission?
Christine, kindly flash before the screen the second page, the attachment to the letter of Mr. Babu Ursua. Okay, so this one, you are referring to this?
Yes, my query, Mr. Chair, is how many are those endorsed by members of this body? There is a column endorsed by
6, 7, 8, 9. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There are 13 in the 55 which who were endorsed by some members of this body.
So it tallies with the original list that 13 from 28 to 40, that's 13.
Okay.
So with that clarification, Mr. Chairman, I will not object to the passage of that ordinance. But again, it's a different matter between the appearance of Mr. Ursua before this body in the approval of this request for appropriation. I just want to be on record of that particular statement.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Salvador Del Castillo. Mr. Frank Mendoza.
I just want to clarify, Mr. Chair. Originally, the intent was for the entire amount needed by these personnel to be charged against the surplus. But lately, we passed an ordinance appropriating 277,500 to be used for the compensation of citizens patrol. Actually, our letter only requested that it be charged against the existing appropriation for tanods. But I think the ordinance as passed charged the amount to the surplus. So with that situation, medyo nagkulang na po si surplus. So we would propose that 263,797 pesos be charged against the salary savings. And the balance required by those personnel can be charged against the surplus.
Councilor Salvador del Castillo.
So that, Mr. Chairman, with the statement of the budget officer, there will be two sources of fund.
Yes, sir.
Before we can appropriate in pass an ordinance, there should be a certification as to the availability of that fund.
Is the certification available, Mr. Frank Mendoza?
As far as the surplus, Mr. Chairman, is concerned, and that another source of fund, so that we can finally pass an appropriation ordinance appropriating this particular item.
Okay.
So we need that, Mr. Chairman, before anything else.
Okay. Are these documents available, Mr. Frank Mendoza?
Offhand, Mr. Chair, I can verbally certify that funds are available, but I will send a written certification.
In which case, we cannot yet act on the motion?
We can defer it temporarily and wait for that official certification.
Okay. So, this item is temporarily deferred. Frank, thank you. We proceed to the next item.
The proposed ordinance of the Honorable Silito S.A. del Rosario providing for the terms of reference for the lease, development, and utilization of the city property in Barangay Lerma into mixed-use UB Express and PUJ terminal for eastbound roads.
Councilor del Rosario.
I'm just waiting for a document from the Mayor's office. I move that we temporarily defer.
Okay, so this item is temporarily deferred. Next item.
The resolution number 18 of Barangay Bagumbayan Norte expressing agreement to the conversion of the zoning classification from mixed residential and commercial to purely commercial of the property of the heirs.
We refer this to the Committee on Land Use together with item number 7. Next item.
The letter dated October 12, 2017 of Attorney Perfecto and Bragais III, City Legal Officer, with respect to the deed of donation of the Pacol Sports Complex.
We suspend our rules of procedure. Aside from this, it is understood that we are needing an update from the City Legal Officer as to the pending expropriation complaints involving 3 projects of the city. So may we request Attorney Perfecto Bragais III to the podium.
Good morning, Your Honors. First, with regard to the San Isidro...
Can we first
that one.
tackle this up?
Yes, sir. Regarding the deed of donation, Your Honor, as I've said in my letter, I have not seen a copy of that, the document. But my presumption is because I have already spent millions on that property, which was owned by the Mercados, that the said property was already donated to the city government. But for the record, Your Honor, I have not seen a copy of the deed of donation.
We understand that the property is covered by a title. Have you researched or looked into the title, and have you seen whether or not an annotation thereon as to the deed of donation was duly made?
No, Your Honor, I have not yet look at the title which is registered in the Register of Deeds, Your Honor.
Okay.
We will check, Your Honor, please.
Okay. So with that, is there any question from the members of this body insofar as this letter is concerned? Only on this letter, we will go to the expropriation complaints later. Councilor Labadia Jr.
Mr. Chairman, gusto ko lang just for the record, ang aram ko talaga, Mr. Chairman, dapat ang Naga City Government magsibot na makaputanta si deed of donation na naghahali sa pamilya kang merkado. Buhay pa kadto si Sec Jesse and panahon pa ni Vice Mayor Asense. Itong panahon na ito, talagang nagsisibot kita na makuata si deed of donation. Kung data nahihiling si Kopya kayan, talagang sa hiling ko mayo pa. Though sinasabi nga ni theoretically na nagpatugdok na kita duman kang gabos-gabos worth millions, pero ang katotohanan kayan mayo pa ning deed of donation. So ang maray Mr. Chairman na sunod-sunod na hero kang siyudad ning Naga para makuata na si deed of donation na naghahali sa pamilya. Can we have the schedule kung paano, what will the first step going to na ang papeles kapot na kang city government na iniyo pagsasaliri na kang lokal na gobyerno dahil pig-donate po talaga iniyo.
May I answer that, Your Honor?
Yes.
Well, the very first thing that we should do is to have the property surveyed and secure a tax declaration, Your Honor, and secure a technical description of the property which is now being occupied by the entire sports complex, Your Honor. That's the very first thing that we should do. Then the rest will just follow, Your Honor. The deed of donation and having it signed by the Mercados, Mayor Bongat.
Can we discuss about this matter with the city mayor? Councilor Greg Abonel and then Councilor Ray Andrenton.
There is an attached resolution number 98-413. What's the implication of a resolution confirming and ratifying the deed of donation that we are talking about?
Confirming, ratifying the deed of donation, unfortunately.
I would think, Mr. Chairman, that when the Sangguniang confirmed and ratified, it saw a paper that was titled Deed of Donation.
Being a part of the process.
Now, where that paper is something else.
Okay.
It is absurd.
This resolution is very material because it tells us that there was already a deed of donation that was signed by the mayor, brought before this body for its ratification. But does this include all of the sports complex?
1998.
If it's 100,000 square meters, it's 10 hectares. 10 hectares. So probably the entire sports complex. This is an indication that the property was already donated to the city. So we are tasking, this is dated November 11, 1998. Signed, the secretary then was Mr. Antonio Amparado, the vice mayor being former Judge Esteban Abonal, and the mayor, former Mayor Sulpicio Rocco Jr. Councilor Labadia Jr.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Iguang ng resolution na pig-accepta kung kung simplify ta, hagadon talang hain si pig pirma kan mga may sadiri na pig-receive ta na. Sailing ko, tama yan. Pero ang hinahagad tama lang si proof.
Okay.
And then makakatabang, Mr. Chairman, itong i-ano tagiraray, ipa-survey ta, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Now, given this resolution the presumption is, unless there is a contrary document, the presumption is that the deed of donation was submitted to, presented, evaluated, examined by this body, and that therefore this body should have a copy of this deed of donation, for which reason the Secretary is instructed to provide the current Sangguniang Panlungsod a copy of the deed of donation. Look into the records of the Sangguniang Panlungsod. Check also the records of the City Mayor's Office, as well as the City Assessor, and including the Register of Deeds, particularly Transfer Certificate of Title number 308, in the name of the owner, of course, and check therein if there is an annotation. If there is a copy of the deed of donation that was requested to be annotated in the title. So the Secretary will report about this during the next session. Okay? Councilor Mila Rakid Arroyo, and then after you, Councilor Rian Rintoy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. In the resolution, it was also mentioned that it was notarized on June 16, 1998. Contracts signed by the mayor are usually notarized by the city legal officer. So if the city legal office may also look into its records, June 16, 1998 was the date of notarization.
June 16, 1998. Yeah.
Yes, Mr.
There is
Chair.
that indication.
Yes. And second, Mr. Chair, in the future, so that the records of the Sanggunian will be sure to be complete, may I move, Mr. Chair, that we direct the Secretary that when resolutions are for ratification of contracts, the contracts must be appended to the resolution that will be filed
In the records.
in the records of the Sangguniang Panlungsod.
In fact, that should always be the case,
Yes, Mr.
even without any instruction from this body.
But just in case it hasn't been the practice yet, so we are making that instruction direct. And
So the Secretary will please comply.
thank you, Mr.
Okay. Now, insofar as Attorney Perfecto Braga is
Yes, Your
declared,
Honor.
given the manifestation as indicated in one of those whereas clauses, you will please check the records of the City Legal Office. If this is June 16, 1998, I understand that the City Legal Officer then was Attorney Rolando Bubis. You can check with Marisa. If not, probably with the surviving wife. Bad na may napag-ulayan sila.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, can you also report to us about this during the next regular session? Okay, so we are through with this. Councilor Rian Rintoy.
The same observation and manifestation as of Councilor Miles Rakid Arroyo, but at the outset, may we know whether the city government has a custodian of all the properties, whether acquired or donated? I understand during the incumbency of Councilor Tuason, he proposed, or maybe we have already approved an ordinance creating a custodian of all the properties of the city government, whether acquired or donated, Mr. Chairman.
Under the law, it should be with the GSD.
Custodian of all the properties of the local government unit is vested with the General Services Department. So that's the person we should be inviting in this regular session for us to be enlightened as to this matter.
So you wish that the head of GSD be invited
Yes, please, Mr.
to
Chair.
our next regular session. If there is no objection, the Secretary is instructed to send the corresponding communication. Any other matter on this letter? If none, we proceed to the expropriation cases. Okay. We proceed to the expropriation cases.
Yes, sir.
Please.
Okay.
Continue.
Yes, Your Honor. The first, Your Honor, with regard to the San Isidro landfill road. As we speak, Your Honor, we are filing the 5 cases for expropriation. And I've already requested the assistance of the city administrator to lend us the filing fee amounting to 39,000, Your Honor, for the 5 cases.
As we speak, meaning somebody is already at the regional trial court filing the complaints.
Yes, Your Honor.
Who is that person?
Joseph Salamia, Your Honor.
Joseph Salamia. Okay. So that's for the Cararayan,
Yes.
Langon Cararayan, San Isidro
Road.
Road.
And within the day, Your Honor, I'll be filing the motion for issuance of writ of possession for 3 properties in the Calawag, San Felipe Road. And, well, of course, the 15% I'll also be borrowing from the city administrator. And not later than tomorrow, Your Honor, I'll be filing the request for expropriation ordinance for the remaining 3 properties in the San Felipe Calawag Road.
Okay. You are supposed, yes, Councilor Greg Abonel?
Mr. Chairman, yung expression na within the day, within the week, today, I have heard more than once. Unya nadangog ko na naman within the day. And then by tomorrow. Can we therefore, tomorrow is Thursday. Can we therefore require that by Friday, the legal officer submit a copy to the Secretariat itong pig-file niya within today, itong pig-file na naangon yan, sa gudang ipafile sa aga. As proof na nanggad, nag-file.
We will do that, Your Honor, please.
Okay.
Now,
let us be clarified. Insofar as the Calawag San Felipe Circumferential Road,
yes, Your Honor,
3 complaints were already filed. The one involving Factora,
Católico,
and Laureles.
Yes, Your Honor.
In fact, I took the initiative of securing copies of the complaints.
Yes, Your Honor.
In these 3 cases. So I can even attest that complaints were already filed insofar as the 3 respondents are concerned.
Yes, Your Honor.
But more importantly, in order for the at least earth filling can proceed, we need a writ of possession.
Yes, Your Honor.
For these 3 properties. You earlier told us that you will be filing today.
Yes,
the
Your Honor.
motion for writ of possession. But by doing that, you will need 15% of the fair market value. How much is this? And you said you will be requesting the corresponding amount from the city administrator?
I will be borrowing it, Your Honor.
Okay. If the money is not available today, can you, Councilor Vidal Castillo, provide the necessary
How much,
amount?
Mr. Chairman, how much?
Just to be assured that the corresponding motion is filed and that we will be securing the necessary order.
I'm willing, Mr. Chairman.
Okay?
Okay.
So with that assurance, how much do you need?
For the Laureles property, Your Honor, 15% is 10,863.
For the Católico,
for Católico, 12,010 pesos.
So 22. For the Factora,
12,000 22,023 pesos, sir.
So that's about 45,000, Councilor Vidal Castillo. Total of 45,000.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this afternoon.
Okay. Okay. So that's for the Calawag San Felipe Circumferential Road. Of course, there is still a need
Three properties.
to file separate complaint for eminent domain involving those other property owners.
Yes, Your Honor.
When do we expect the filing thereof?
By tomorrow, Your Honor, I'll be filing before this body, Your Honor, request for expropriation for expropriation ordinance, Your Honor, by tomorrow morning.
Okay.
So that it will be included in the session on Tuesday.
Okay. So that's for Calawag San Felipe Circumferential Road. We go to the Langon Cararayan San Isidro Road. You said that you will be filing the complaint
today
within the day. For the docket and filing fees, how much do you need?
Total of 39,100 something, Your Honor, please. I've already secured it from...
The money is already available.
I've already requested the city administrator, Your Honor.
But it is not yet given to you?
Not yet, Your Honor.
Okay. In which case, if none is obtained within the day or before 12 o'clock...
It's already available.
Can that be provided by Councilor Salvador del Castillo, being the chairman of the Committee on Environment?
By all means, Your Honor.
It's,
we welcome that.
How much? 39?
39,100, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Councilor Salvador del Castillo, just so we are assured that the cases are moving. Okay. So,
just to...
Councilor del Castillo has given his thumbs up, meaning he will provide the necessary amount should our city administrator fails to give you the necessary amount. But there is still one complaint that has to be filed, and I think that is with respect to the front portion, right?
Yes, Your Honor. No,
any update on this?
Your Honor, we have determined that it is owned by Napoleon Sarto, and I'm preparing a deed of sale subject to ratification by this body.
Okay, meaning there is no need for us to go to court just to obtain the corresponding road right-of-way.
Provided, Your Honor, that this body agrees with the amount.
We understand that the property is classified as what? Residential?
Residential, Your Honor.
Is there already an initial discussion as to the amount to be paid?
The owner, Your Honor, is insisting on 1,000 pesos per square meter.
1,000 pesos per square meter. How many area? What's the area?
I do not have the exact figures right now, Your Honor, with me.
Okay. In as much as the chairman of the Committee on Environment is Councilor Del Castillo, can you discuss this matter
with him, Your Honor?
The figure?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
I am referring to the amount, that the other figure.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay. And within the week also, you will furnish us all the necessary documents earlier mentioned.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And I have to report two other matters, Your Honor, regarding...
Bagong Sirang? You're referring to Bagong Sirang?
No,
San Felipe?
Upbill, Your Honor. Upbill.
But there is one in Bagong Sirang. Well, we have already confirmed that a complaint for eminent domain was already filed. But we have yet to, I think you have yet to secure a writ of possession.
Anong Bagong Sirang?
San Felipe. The rough road that will connect Naga to Magarao.
Okay. With regard to that, Your Honor, the Bustamante, Hortaleza, the representative of the respondent, Panfilo Bustamante, filed an answer, and if you look at the answer, Your Honor, which I will furnish all the members of the Sanggunian, they are willing to enter into a compromise. The compromise is that that property with the same area be exchanged in one of the urban poor resettlement areas of the city government.
The compromise agreement can be submitted to court for its approval and for the ratification of the Sangguniang Panlungsod.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
The other one, Your Honor, is with regard to the Bajola property. The Upbill, the access road towards Upbill
subdivision. Okay.
Yes, the Bajolas have already agreed to our offer. So I'll be preparing a compromise agreement as well as a deed of sale for ratification by this August body, Your Honor.
Okay, you just submit to us the necessary document. Councilor Elmer Balimoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to hear an update regarding the writ of possession case to the Stags property, Mr. Chair, at Concepcion Grande. May we hear from our city legal officer.
Okay. We have already presented 2 witnesses, Your Honor. We'll still be presenting another 2 witnesses in the person of Mrs. Lita Bubis and Raul Baldemoro. And the next hearing will be on November 9. I've already informed the residents of the next hearing, which is on November 9.
Okay. Any other matter? Councilor Diasis.
Sige po. Prioritize ko din po. Pwede ma'am mga within the week. Within the week.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If there is no more question or concern to our city legal officer, you are now excused. Thank you. Councilor Baldemoro.
Move for a break, Mr. Chair.
We take a break.
simbahan. Taguan niyong sa tunapos para sa buhay, sa pagkao, sa kabunguhan, sa panunginikang parokya. para sa buhay, sa pagkao, sa katauhan, sa panunhinikang bawat biyahe.
body about 3 sessions ago.
Okay, yes. First of all, good morning po sa lahat, Mr. Chairman. And of course, I think this is the continuation of that what we have attended last session. And we are also very sorry for coming late because we are thinking that we are here yesterday, but ngayon pala yun. So anyway,
okay.
It's only just an update of that what we have talked last session. And with all about this costing that we have to submit to the DPWH about the pole relocation that is being affected in the city of Naga. And it is my pleasure also to inform the body that as of yesterday, we have already submitted this costing. That's all about on the DPWH relocation projects for the city of Naga. With your permission, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
I will just say a very short word with this report because this is very in details, and I would like to inform only the body that insofar as the city of Naga is concerned on the pole relocation that are being affected by this project of DPWH, we have here a summary of these relocation projects due to the DPWH road widening in the city of Naga. And insofar as this costing is concerned, where we have these eight of these relocation areas or line sections in the city of Naga. And I would like to mention here is that correspondingly with the costing that we have prepared based on that DPWH and DOE circular in the use of the formula and computation. Of course, for the project for the improvement or relocation of Naga, Carolina to Panikwason, this is comprising of 27 poles, and the total cost using the formula of the what do you call this, the circular, we have 2,372,672.68 centavos. Another relocation which is the pay from National Road, including the drainage in Panganiban Road. Under this submitted request from DPWH, we have 22 poles, and it costs 1.83 million. The rehabilitation upgrading of the damaged paved National Road, including drainage, somewhere in Libuton to Magsaysay Road. Libuton to Magsaysay Road, and under this we have 59 poles, and it costs 3,840,428.18 centavos. Another we have here the Naga, Carolina, Panikwason, a total of 29 poles, a cost of 2 million.
Is that different from the first item? I thought that was also Naga, Carolina, Panikwason.
Yes, yes. Different.
Okay.
And this is 2,030,194.59 centavos. Of course, this is the Naga, Kamaligan Fishing Fort. We have a total of 16, and it cost the relocation of 673,943.16 centavos. Another number 6 is the Naga boundary, Carolina to Panikwason Road. We have 46. A total cost of 3,334,983.94 centavos. And we have this number 7, the network development road widening from the primary road Dagang Maharlika. We have 19 poles costing us 1,274,453 pesos and 14 centavos. And the last line section that has to be relocated also is that this road widening, tertiary road from Villanueva Avenue to Magsaysay, along Magsaysay Road, a total of 25, and that is about 1,465,122 25 centavos. All in all, for the city of Naga, under this summary of 8 location or line sections, we have a total cost for the relocation of 16,838,848 pesos and 99 centavos. For the info of the body, Mr. Chairman, we have already submitted this to the DPWH yesterday.
Okay.
And according to this, basing on the circular, that this costing that is being prepared by Casureco 2 is still subject to the confirmation and certification of the National Electrification Administration prior to the DPWH approval also.
Okay.
So, with this, Mr. Chairman, we are also furnishing this body a copy of this, and it was addressed to our Honorable Mayor, and it is attention to the Vice Mayor as Chairman of the Sangguniang Panlunsod.
Okay. So you will leave
that's
a
the
copy.
update.
You will leave a copy of that to us.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So that is the updates, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you, Engineer Lalas. Is there any comment or question from this body? If none, we will. Yes, Councilor Greg Abonal.
Sir Chairman, I am happy to have heard we filed yesterday, hindi yung I am filing today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so thank you very much, Engineer Nelson Lalas. Igwa pa, Councilor Julian Labadia Jr.
Kung anong ko lang, Mr. Chairman, ang oportunidad na yaon si Engineer Lalas. Ako natatandaan ta kang December pagkatapos kang bagyo. January, February, halos permi nagmi-meeting ang Casureco, tapos and the Naga City Government. Nagkaigwa po kitang sinasabi na agreement na magkakaigwa ng schedule na every month at least ang office kang general manager and the city officials will meet at least once a month para sa mga update. Baka kung anong talang, hagadon talang Mr. Chairman, ang commitment kang sa tuyang general manager kang Casureco, kung pwedeng magkaigwang arog kaya na pagtitipon na on this month ang ma-invite niya ang Office of the Mayor and next month ang mag-invite ang Office of the General Manager through Engineer Lalas.
Engineer?
Yes, of course, we will do our best for that request, Mr. Chairman.
Although daiman siguro necessarily every month, di ba?
Yes, we are always ready for as long that there is a certain issue or something that arises to this session, especially for the member consumers of Casureco 2.
Okay.
And kung wala na pong ano, Mr. Chairman, I think this is also my opportune time to invite every members of the Sangguniang Panlunsod to attend to our 31st Annual General Assembly to be held on December 9, 2017. The venue will be in Capitol Convention Center in Pili, and that will be 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, maski wala po na po muna yung black and white naming invitation, ay pinapauna ko na po sa lahat.
Okay po.
You are all invited for this AGMA.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, thank you, Engineer Nelson Lalas and your company for coming over and providing us the necessary information as you promised.
Yeah.
So,
thank you.
You are now excused. The rules are reinstated. Next item.
The letter dated October 12, 2017 from the Trimobile Task Force submitting the updated report with respect to Trimobile franchise subject of resolutions 2017-223, 224, and 225. Transport.
We refer this for the sa Committee on Transportation. Councilor Del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, with that report, Mr. Chair, may we know kung pira na si mga pigpurpit na franchise in favor of the city government. And pira man si itong pending na may pending request for reconsideration. Tangarig, mahiling tanong, Mr. Chair, para kung pwede na kita mag-open kan si pag-apply ng prangkisa, mag-ibo na kan Sangguniang Palusod. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Del Castillo. Mr. Secretary, is the response to the question reflected in the document?
Mr. Chair, as of the moment, we cannot forfeit any Trimobile franchise without categorical instruction from the Sangguniang through the Committee on Transport. So nagluluwas po ngunyan, sige manggiraray si operate ka itong i-cancel ta na. Okay. Kasi mayo pa man ning order for. Kasi ang kaipuanan na po kung kan mabaklas plaka kita ng Trimobile.
So, yes, Councilor Del Castillo.
So, it's a very good suggestion, Mr. Chair. What's the use of passing resolution number 2017-223, 224, and 225 kung dahil susundan inining concrete action to give magtauning leksyon duman sa mga pasaway na mga may prangkisa ng Trimobile sa Naga. Okay. So can we direct the Naga City Police Office and the Public Safety Office, Mr. Chairman, to help the Trimobile Task Force para baraklasunas itong mga plaka kan sida ay managhagad ning reconsideration to the Sangguniang Palusod kan si extension kan na marinyo ninda si sa indang mga prangkisa.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Del Castillo. Periodically, the Secretary of the Sangguniang Palusod is sending a letter to the acting city director telling him of certain operators, owners of Trimobile units whose franchise or permit had already expired and who failed to renew the same. And the corresponding request that certain enforcement action be undertaken by the PNP. Now, insofar as this submission of the Secretary, can we, well, we have already referred it to the Committee on Transportation. Can this be immediately acted upon by the committee and recommend to the Sangguniang Palusod necessary course of action? I understand that during the previous session, there was a suggestion, there was a recommendation to review all our previous actions, especially the reasons provided for not granting the request of certain operators. So I am assuming that these are already indicated in the report of the Secretary. In other words, two actions will be expected from the committee. Number one, as to the reasons and then possible review thereof, including our previous actions, whether we have to reconsider or not. And secondly, for you to recommend for those franchises which had already been declared to have already expired without the necessary franchise to operate, to recommend necessary cancellation if that is the case. And the opening thereof to new applicants. Okay? Councilor Labadia Jr.
Mr. Chairman, natatandaan ko, yung tulong resolution na pikakanselar ta na ang mga prangkisa ninda. Mr. Chairman, igwang mga nagsurat na naghahagad ng extension. So, naka-reflect naman garo yan dyan, Mr. Chairman, sa report. So, during the committee hearing, kang Committee on Transport, I would suggest from the Chairman of the Committee on Transport na kung pwede, si mga interesadong membro kang Sangguniang Panglungsod maimbitaran para makadeliberate na o magbali sa discussion during the committee hearing para ang mga question bako na rin sa plenary within the committee level pa lang, Mr. Chairman.
So the chairman of the Committee on Transport will inform all members of this body of the scheduled committee hearing. Okay? We proceed to the next item.
The letter dated July 24, 2017 of Punong Barangay Lorenzo North Baez of Santa Cruz endorsing resolution number 46, earnestly endorsing to the Honorable Sangguniang Panlungsod the application of Graceland Food Industries Incorporated for the proposed construction of 3-story building along P. Diaz and J. Hernandez Avenue for proper disposition.
Councilor Salvador del Castillo.
As a refresher to this body, the Committee on Environment and Energy has reported this out to the plenary, but the Sangguniang Panlungsod deferred consideration of this matter.
Okay.
So I believe that we can already discuss this matter if possible, we can decide on...
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Del Castillo. Now, for the information of this body, I had taken up the matter with the City Mayor in relation to the case supposedly pending before the Office of the Ombudsman. I was told that the invitation, there is no pending case yet, there is no formal complaint filed before the Ombudsman. What happened was that an invitation was sent to the City Mayor requiring his presence for some clarificatory questions that may be asked by the body. I was also told that it appears that there is a case to be filed, and that the mayor requested that we suspend discussion of this matter until after we have thoroughly discussed the matter with him. So if it is all right, we set a meeting with the mayor probably one of these days to consider, among others, this particular item. There were information, I think, that the mayor wants to tell us, but which have not yet been disclosed to this representation. Councilor Julian Labadia Jr.
Query lang, Mr. Chairman, sa sitwasyon na negosyante ka kang naga and then nag-comply ka sa gabos na requirements kang law, and then may sitwasyon na araw ka ni Mr. Chairman na napipending si sa indang kahagadan. Ano ang nahihiling tang may isa-suggest sa particular sa Graceland Food Industry na naghahagad sinda ng endorsement sa punong barangay? What will be our suggestion, Mr. Chairman? Especially, Mr. Chairman, the company was awarded by the city government, one among a good taxpayer in Naga City, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Your question assumes that the party in interest had complied with all laws and regulations of the land. I am not ready to agree to that, considering that personally, I have not gone over the records or over any complaints or controversy involving the establishment.
Mr. Chairman, ang masabi kaya na kung pwede o dae, base sa ordinance sa kang syudad, ang comprehensive land use planta. Nagsasabi, Mr. Chairman, na iniyong Graceland Food Industry, pwede sila magtugdok naman sa area ito. And it was certified by the City Planning Development Officer na maamasin ng pigbabalgar. Iyan, Mr. Chairman, si pinaka-issue dyan. Ngunyan, kung ang CPDO, si gabos na papeles nila kompleto, ano ang maray na ano. Ang suggestion ko nga ni Mr. Chairman, can we direct or communicate with the Office of the Punong Barangay na kung sa pagtubod niya kay Puan i-reject, i-reject niya na. Kung kay Puan i-endorse niya, i-endorse niya. Para magkahigwa naman, Mr. Chairman, action ang kumpanya kang Graceland Food Industry. Kung nagpaparahalat, Mr. Chairman, pero unfair sa establishment na naghahalat sa city government, naghahalat sa lokal na gobyerno kang Santa Cruz, na sinda nagkukumpleman ka mga hinahagad kang lay, Mr. Chairman.
I was saying earlier for us to withhold any disposition on this until after sufficient discussion is made with the City Mayor. Councilor Rian Rentoy.
On the part of the city government of Naga, this matter is already moot and academic because the city planning and development officer had already issued the compliance with all the existing rules and regulations set forth by law. What is lacking, Mr. Chairman, is the action of the barangay for the issuance or the endorsement for the establishment to get ECC. So, in my understanding, there is none to withhold the disposition because the city planning and development officer had already issued the corresponding issuances, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The recommendation of the Chair is to defer consideration of the matter until the same has been discussed with the City Mayor. May I know, Mr. Chair, what exactly is the action being requested from the Sanggunian concerning this matter?
Councilor Del Castillo.
Anong action?
Mr. Chairman, during the committee hearing, the committee requested the Punong Barangay to issue the necessary endorsement because that endorsement is being required by the Environmental Management Bureau of the DENR as a prerequisite for obtaining the environmental clearance certificate. So that's the only thing that is holding Graceland Food Industries in applying for an ECC with the EMB of the DENR. And actually, as the committee have mentioned during the report, that this matter should not have been endorsed in the first place to the Sangguniang Palunsod because this matter should have been resolved within the barangay level. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Del Castillo. Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Then, therefore, with the manifestation of the committee where this matter was considered, may I move that we return this matter to the Barangay Council of Santa Cruz for its appropriate disposition? I don't think we can, I believe we can neither recommend that they grant that clearance or not. That is their authority. So whatever they believe is appropriate and necessary, then it would be up to them. There is actually nothing that's being requested from the Sanggunian. Yes. So may I move that we return the matter to the Barangay Council of Santa Cruz for its appropriate action.
Is there an objection? There being none, the same is granted. The Secretary is given the corresponding instruction. Next item.
The resolution of Barangay del Rosario interposing no objection to the application for rezoning from residential to commercial land use of lot number 2D with an area of 1,500 square meters owned by
Committee
spouses
on
Carlon
Land Use.
Erwin. The letter dated October 11, 2017 of Ms. Regina Adante reiterating the request for designation of loading and unloading area along J. Hernandez Avenue in Igualdad for public utility use.
We refer this to the Committee on Transportation.
The report of the Committee on Environment and Energy.
Councilor Salvador Del Castillo for the report.
Mr. Chairman, before I proceed, I move for the acknowledgement of the report.
Your report is duly acknowledged.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the committee report of the Committee on Environment held on October 9, 2017. And we have only one item discussed, and that was the email dated September 12, 2017 of Mr. Wilfredo Prillis Jr. Submitting draft of the waste-to-energy policies. And together with that, Mr. Chairman, is the proposal on the waste-to-energy project. Can I go direct to the disposition,
Yes,
Mr. Chairman? Disposition, considering that this committee cannot decide yet as of this time, let this matter be deferred and direct the TWG to submit the revised proposed waste-to-energy policy together with the draft terms of reference in the timeline for the implementation of the project. So I move, Mr. Chairman, that we direct our secretary to send a communication to the technical working group headed by Mr. Prillis to submit a revised proposed waste-to-energy policy together with the terms of reference for purposes of conducting the bidding process for the waste-to-energy project. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, the same is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That ends my report.
Uh, 15 days from receipt.
Can we give them 15 days, Mr. Chairman?
Okay, so 15 days. Secretary will please indicate in the letter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Salvador del Castillo.
The report of the Committee on Land Use.
Committee on Land Use. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I move for the acknowledgement of the report?
The report is duly acknowledged.
Since the chair of the Committee on Land Use is on official business, it was this representation that presides over the public hearing of the Committee on Land Use held at the Barangay Hall of Balatas on October 9, 2017. Item number 1 is the letter dated September 14.
I have noticed that there is no quorum.
It's a public hearing, Mr. Chair.
It's a public hearing.
Public hearing, so there's no need for
Okay.
a quorum. Item number 1, letter dated September 14, 2017 of Mr. Wilfredo Prillis Jr., City Planning and Development Officer, submitting the technical evaluation of the document submitted by Mr. Michael Sico of Starmark Realty and Development Corporation relative to his application for rezoning of a parcel of land from cemetery to commercial area located at Zone 5, Barangay Balatas, this city. May I go directly to the disposition, Mr. Chair?
Okay.
Disposition, anyway, you can read the facts and findings. Disposition, in view of the fact that no opposition or adverse reaction from adjoining property owners, occupants was raised against the application, and based on the manifestations of the CPDO and the written report submitted by it showing compliance with the requirements for rezoning of lands in the city of Naga, as previously found by the committee to be complete and in order, the approval of the application filed by Mr. Michael G. Co. of Starmark Realty and Development Corporation for the rezoning of one parcel of land located at Zone 5, Barangay Balatas, the city, consisting of 1,200 square meters from cemetery to commercial, is hereby recommended to the Sangguniang Panglunsod. Please erase the the next sentence. So may I therefore move, Mr. Chair.
Any second? Councilor Salvador del Castillo.
Just a clarification, Mr. Chairman. What I understand, Mr. Chair, is that during public hearing, daiman necessary na magtao ang committee ng disposition on what to do with the subject matter of the public hearing. But
the return
Dahil man
back.
sinapig prohibit, Mr. Chair, na mag-recommend sa Sangguniang Palunsod as a whole. Just a clarification.
Okay.
Okay, so
Okay. Councilor Abunal, and then after you, Councilor Akid Arroyo.
No, follow up, Mr. Chairman. The public hearing does not submit a resolution endorsing to the Sanggunian any action for approval or disapproval. It will have to be the committee. Now, in this case, in the absence of a quorum, tama po yan, committee of the whole tayo. Kung isasubmit na ngayon. Otherwise, the committee will have to meet again to decide on the matter what to endorse sa atin.
Okay. Councilor Akid Arroyo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, the result of the public hearing is supposed to go back to the committee, but to expedite the process, in the rendition of the result of the public hearing, the committee may also report the same as a committee report, not just a report on the result of public hearing. And since the committee did not have a quorum, it would be proper for the committee to move for the conversion of the Sanggunian into committee of the.
So the recommendation is to note it. So I may therefore move that we take this as a committee of a whole.
Without objection, say is approved.
May I move?
What? Councilor Greg Abunal.
Just before we take action on this, can you describe to us the location itong cemetery, Arena Cemetery, iyan na pig zone na cemetery na tatapyasan for commercial purposes?
It is part of the Santo Niño Cemetery, which was bought by Tomas by Enrile. So may sadiri na po. Ito po yan sa may atubangan kang Gelandi,
Yeah, okay.
near the Gualandi. Atubangan po kang Gualandi. It's a small portion na ang purpose is gigibuho na gasoline station and convenience store.
Thank you, Mr.
So katain po yan kaitong garo waiting shed na akatubang kang Gawad Kalinga. So tapos lang.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I therefore move, Mr. Chair.
So we are approving the motion. Okay. Thank you, Councilor Cecilia D. Asis. Next item.
The joint report of the Committees on Laws, Ordinances and Reorganization and Youth and Sports.
Okay. Councilor Dante Bilen.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Chair, before I go with my report, may I request for the acknowledgement?
Your report is duly acknowledged. Yes, Councilor Labadia Jr.
Accordingly, Mr. Chairman, we can suspend the rules dahil ang regular session we must be in proper uniform. But anyway, we will just take note of it, Mr. Chairman. Just a point of order, Mr. Chairman. But we are agreeing for Honorable Dante to proceed with this report.
Okay.
Can I answer the comment? Can I answer the
Councilor
comment?
Dante Bilen. Yes, please proceed.
Can I answer the comment of Honorable?
Yes, please.
Pasensya na po kamuta. Actually po, hindi po ako naka-receive na tuloy ang session po ngayon. At wala din po akong alam na SOP na pagka hindi natuloy yung araw na ito ay bukas ay itutuloy. So, pasensya na po kayo. And I had to excuse. May I request for that excuse. Thank you.
Actually, nobody was expecting that the session yesterday will be postponed. And it is for the reason that the announcement was made late that the secretary was unable to inform all our senior citizens counterpart in the absence of the contact numbers. Okay.
Thank you for the comment.
Okay.
Well, the laws and ordinances tackled by this committee, there are 6 items. Item number 1, dated July 27, 2017, of Mr. Hernani Bisoron, Chief of ISO, submitting list of LGU trainers, coaches, post honoraria, or salaries are being paid by the city of for the period of July to December 2017. So may I go directly for the disposition, Chairman?
Yes, please.
The body resolved to take note of this list of trainers, coaches submitted by Mr. Hernani Soron.
Okay, the same is noted. Next item.
Next item, item number 2, dated August 22, 2017, of Mr. Robert A. Bizzara, President, Naga City Swimming Dragon, submitting suggestions for the advancement of swimming as sports in the city. For the disposition, Chairman.
Please proceed.
The body resolved to take note of the letter of Mr. Robert Bizzara, President of Naga City Swimming Dragon, dated August 22.
So the same is also noted.
Next item, item number 3, proposed ordinance authored by Honorable Milais Raguidaruyo and the City Youth Official Jonel J. Paredes, entitled An Ordinance Strengthening the City Youth Officials Programs of the City Government of Naga as a platform for the youth development by the prescribed certain measures that promote the attainment thereof, providing funds for the purpose of the other purposes. I go directly, Chairman.
Yes,
to the disposition. Thank you. The body resolved the wait. Item number. Proposed ordinance authored by Honorable Bertrand Castillo, repealing ordinance number 2014-05, entitled An Ordinance Creating the Procurement Office under the Office of the City Mayor, thereby abolishing the said office. I go, Chairman, for the disposition.
Okay.
The body resolved the deferred of the matter to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlusod to hold the abeyance of the proposal to abolish the procurement office of 6 months from today, to give the office of the opportunity to fulfill its comments, not cause anybody any more delay in the delivery of the supplies and materials.
Okay. So this is deferred.
Next item, Chairman, item number 5. I see. It's okay already. A letter dated September 19, 2017, of Mr. Hill Balbastri, Barangay Secretary of Barangay Dayangdang, the city, submitting ordinance number 2017-01, entitled An Ordinance Amending the Pertaining Section of Ordinance. Otherwise known as the Barangay Incentive and Assistance Program for Education. I go for the disposition, Chairman.
Please proceed.
On motion of Honorable Del Castillo, jointly seconded by Honorable Baldimoro and Honorable Del Rosario, the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panglungsod for the approval of the passage of the ordinance amending pertaining sections of Ordinance Number 2016-02, otherwise known as the Barangay Incentive and Assistance Program for Education.
Okay.
That ends my report, Chairman, and thank you so much.
Wait first, wait. We have to resolve first the recommendation. Any comment or question? Councilor Greg Abonal.
Mr. Chairman, relative to the fourth item, disposition for the fourth item.
Disposition for the fourth item.
Yeah, it says that the to defer action on the proposed abolition for a period of 6 months. Meanwhile, what do? We just wait for anything to go right or to go wrong. I think there may have to be a monitoring body to monitor indeed the performance. I was part of the hearing, Mr. Chairman, but I did not think of that then. There may have to be a team of three individuals, not necessarily councilors, to monitor. Kasi kita na naman lang kayo makakamati. Our comments will be limited to our experience. How about the Treasurer's Office? Ang supplies ng ibang offices, etc. I would therefore recommend that the chair designate 3 individuals as a monitoring committee, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So there is a motion. Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Yes, Councilor Rian Rintoy. Come again, please. According to the Honorable Greg Abonal, the 3 individuals will have to be identified, designated by the chairman, by the presiding officer. That's included in the motion. I will issue the necessary memorandum for this purpose. Okay. Okay. Any other matter? Let's go back to item number 6. So we pass a resolution approving the ordinance. The motion is made by Councilor Rian Rintoy, duly seconded by Councilor Elmer Baldimoro without objection. Thank you, Councilor Dante.
Thank you, sir.
This was approved already. Councilor Dante Belen, was this not included already in your report?
I think I have just omitted.
Okay. So,
anyway,
item number 5 of the report, please.
Item number 5. I'm sorry. I was omitted. Medyo magkadikit. Item number 5 is first endorsement dated September 11, 2017 from the Office of the City Mayor endorsing the resolution number 2017-07 of the Naga City Appraisal Committee amending the fair market value of land owned by Mr. Alex Haushan instead for the construction for the cover court of Lumida Subdivision, the Barangay San Felipe, Naga City. May I go directly for the disposition, Chairman?
Yes, please.
On motion of Honorable Del Castillo, duly seconded by the bodies, resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panglungsod to check with the appraisal committee and further resolved to return the matter to the office of the City Mayor, as there has been resolution passed granting authority for him to acquire the property.
Okay. Any second? Same is approved. Thank you, Councilor Dante Belen.
Thank you, sir.
Next item.
The report of the Committee on Transport.
Committee on Transportation. Councilor Joselito del Rosario for the report.
Mr. Chair, request acknowledgement of the Committee on Transport report.
Your report is duly acknowledged.
The committee hearing was held last 11 October and present were Councilors Del Castillo, Councilor Baldemoro, Councilor Sanchez Jr., and our senior citizens counterparts, Prestillo, Arroyo, and Sir Hernandez. There were several items discussed, Mr. Chair. May I go directly to the first item?
Okay, please proceed.
First endorsement dated September 28, 2017, endorsing the new applications for Trimobile franchise of the following. Mr. Chair, as a disposition, finding the documents as submitted are complete and in order on motion of Honorable Del Castillo, jointly seconded by Honorable Sanchez Jr. and Ms. Cabantog. The body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod a passage of resolutions granting for the transfer of franchise to the following persons. From Edgar Julian B. Alvarez to Edgar S. Alvarez Jr. of Corregidor Street, Dayangdang, Naga City, with sidecar number 1096. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Without objection, same is approved.
From Antonio T. Tatel Jr. to Lalaine A. Tatel, Kagawad Lalaine Tatel of Triangulo, but sidecar number 1363. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Without objection, same is approved.
Next item, first endorsement dated October 6, endorsing the new applications for Trimobile franchise of the following. May go directly to the disposition.
Please proceed.
Finding the documents to be complete and in order on motion of Honorable Del Castillo, duly seconded by Honorable Sanchez Jr. and Mrs. Cabantog. The body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod passage of 4 individual resolutions granting for the transfer of Trimobile franchise for sidecar numbers 0496, 1078, 1176, and 1373 to Teresita Y. Olaberi of Mabolo, Naga City, from Orlando N. Olaberi. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Without objection, same is approved.
Item number 3, first endorsement dated October 10, endorsing the new applications for Trimobile franchise of the following. As to the disposition, finding the documents to be complete and in order on motion of Honorable Del Castillo, jointly seconded by Honorable Sanchez Jr., the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod passage of 4 individual resolutions granting for the transfer of Trimobile franchise with sidecar numbers 0388, 0389, 0939, and 1018 to Hazel A. Haig of Absede Street, Bagumbayan Sur, Naga City, from Arsenio P. Haig Sr. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Same is approved.
Item number 4, letter dated July 20, 2017 of Mrs. Sally B. San Andres, manifesting her intention to transfer a Trimobile franchise to her name and to convert the same to E-Trike franchise. As to the disposition, the body resolved to defer the matter in the absence of the applicant.
So the same is deferred?
Also with item number 5, Mr. Chair. The letter dated September 22 of Mr. Felix Riba of Calawag.
Okay, the same is also deferred.
Next item, Mr. Chair, letter dated October 3, 2017 of Mr. Edgar A. Andes, Patdoa, President, recommending the application for a special franchise of Mr. Nomer B. Adolfo of Barangay Pacol. As to the disposition, the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Palunsod to direct the Tribunal Task Force to update the list of Patdoa Association and submit the same to the Committee on Transport. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Same is approved.
Item number 7, letter dated September 25, 2017 of Mr. Julio P. Segundo, PAMCO Chairman. Application of Mr. Angeles Balya Jr. and to allow the 9 new applicants to proceed with their applications for Trimobile franchise. As to the disposition, the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Palunsod to direct the Trimobile Task Force to proceed with the verification of the documents submitted by 9 PAMCO members, if the same are complete and in order, and to recommend the same to the Sangguniang Palunsod. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Same is approved.
Next item, item number 8, letter dated September 26, 2017 of Mr. Jose Portillo, Sims Toda, President, asking for consideration on their previous request to allow their Trimobile to cater passengers from San Jose West, Ikin, Mangayawan, Suwa to Bayan, Naga City, and vice versa. As to the disposition, the body informed the proponents to coordinate with their respective LGUs, particular Kanaaman and Kamaligan, for these LGUs and the City of Naga to forge a memorandum of agreement that will allow the Trimobiles to fly along their respective territorial jurisdictions. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Same is approved.
Item number 9, the consolidated reports of Prosa Hiroshi, BMAC, and EV Wealth E-Trike reports. We can see, Mr. Chair, based on the matrix made by Ms. Christine, that we have yet to receive the report from the PSO as far as BMAC is concerned. In our agenda today, we already received the joint report of the PNP and the PSO, the interagency report as regards Prosa and EBWEL. By the way, Mr. Chair, this afternoon, I would like to inform the other members of the Committee on Transport, including our senior citizen counterparts, that will conduct a final committee hearing to summarize the final recommendations for the 3 E-Trike applications from Prosa, BMAC, and EBWEL. We already substantially have the reports, Mr. Chair, including the test run from Centro, from City Hall to Panikwasan. So this is at 3 p.m. today, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Councilor Julian Labadia Jr.
Maybe may I request, Mr. Chairman, that for the record, I will be attending the committee hearing at 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock.
Just for the record, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, noted. Councilor Del Rosario?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So, that's for the information of everyone, also the members of the Committee on Transport and our senior citizen counterparts. As to the next item, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed.
Letter of Mr. Rodel Tanyegra. As to the disposition, the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Palunsod to request Mr. Tanyegra to proceed with the completion of the documents for the transfer of Trimobile franchise and to submit the same to the Trimobile Task Force after the completion of the same.
Okay.
So that's all, Mr. And belated happy birthday to Councilor Abunal.
Thank you, Councilor.
Advance happy birthday to
Joselito Del Rosario. Councilor Baldemoro.
Before we proceed to the next item, Mr. Chair, may I move for the reconsideration of the order of business as requested by the Honorable Ranyola to include as item number 19 of the unfinished business the letter from One Naga Platinum Spear E-Gaming Corporation.
Any second? Without objection, the same is approved. Next item.
The undated letter of Police Chief Inspector Van Layusa, Chief Traffic Enforcement Unit, and Mr. Arnolfo Fausto of the PSO, and Mr. Barameda, submitting the interagency e-trike assessment report.
We refer this to the Committee on Transportation.
The proposed ordinance of the Honorable Silito del Rosario, amending ordinance number 2006-065 by expanding the wheel clamp area coverage and authorizing the towing of abandoned, stalled, and illegally parked vehicles.
Councilor del Rosario.
Mr. Chair, during the during our previous session, sometime August, we resubmitted this proposed ordinance, and there were suggestions from some members of the council to drop halion po itong mga i-identify itong mga towing areas. So, Ma'am Christine, please. Yeah. So, yaw po di, Mrs. Chair, in Section 4, we categorically identified the tow-away zones. Yaw po dyan, kalye por kalye, and si mga mapa po kani ano naman dyan sa sekretariata, including po sa Jacob, Ocampo, 1 and 2, Magsaysay, Peña Francia, MT Villanueva, Santona, Rojas, Ilias Angeles, Burgos, General Luna, Hernandez, Cáceres, Panganiban Drive, and Ninoy and Cory Avenue. Moreover, Mr. Chair, please take note of item number 4A. We are proposing, Mr. Chair, that the roads, yung pong mga tinampon nakapalibot sa public market, particularly sa General Luna, hindi po sa likod, sa J. Hernandez, yung po nakapalibot dyan, we are proposing for a parking, pay parking. Kasi ang base po sa report kang PNP sa PSO, yan po mga nagpa-park dyan, mag-park ng aga, hanggang banggi na po yan, dahil pigahali ang mga auto, na nadi-deprive man si ibang mga gusto mag-park dyan. So, we are proposing for the imposition of 30 pesos for the first 3 hours or any fraction thereof in any specific place dyan po sa pig-identify ta sa People's Mall, particularly sa Hernandez, General Luna, and Preto Street, and Zamora Street. And for succeeding hours, 20 pesos. Now, as to who will collect, the City Treasurer's Office, but in item 4.c, the city government may authorize the barangay treasurers of the barangays covering the above-mentioned streets to assign or post authorized persons to man these parking spaces and to collect fees and issue parking fee receipts. The parking fees collected by the barangay shall be divided as follows. So, we are proposing this, Mr. Chair. 50% of the total fees collected shall be remitted to the CTO, City Treasurer, and the remaining 50% of the collection shall be retained by the barangay. So, if the whole Sangguniang will agree to this proposal. In Section 5, pareho po ni duman sa mga inot ng proposal, yun po ni si aril lang si mga ituto. Section 6, yun po ni ang guidelines na which should be strictly followed by the towing group. We also stipulated there the procedures, kung paano ang pasunod-sunod. And Section 7, impounding area. The towed vehicle shall be under the responsibility of the towing company until redeemed. So hanggang day po, kinukuha kan si owner kan si bihikulo si auto, ang may responsibilidad ba kaya Mr. Chair si towing company. So igwaman siya ning ample space na dadarahan kan si mga bihikulong ito to. Then pigbugtak na po ni Mr. Chair, tangari pong ang city government totally detached sa liability. Pareho po sa MMDA, ang mga bihikulong totoo duman, responsibilidad kan si towing company. So, in later provisions, Mr. Chair, there are sections na pag-accredit kan mga towing companies. In Section 9, Mr. Chair, the penalties, ano po ang division kan makukolektang penalidad duman sa mga nag-violate, and pagtamper kan si equipment, and ano man po ang remuneration kan towing firms. So, that's embodied in Section 10. 70% of the paid standard towing fees and 50% of the succeeding towing fee per kilometer after the first 4 kilometers shall be appropriated to the towing firm. The rest will accrue to the city government. Section 11 states the accreditation of towing services. We will accredit as many towing services, Mr. para malinig tayan bako lang ang sentro kang nagabat sa ibang roads na ano ni. Section 11.2 accreditation, performance bond, and next si requirements para po sa ano ni. Section 12 speaks of the provision of signages, informative signs. Before any towing activity can be conducted, Mr. Chair, before this ordinance will be implemented, we will require the PSO and the PNP to jointly exert efforts for the informative signs to be placed and appropriate warning to the public before any activity as regards this towing will be implemented, Mr. So, kung di ko pa pong ibang mga suggestions,
Any question? Councilor Baldimoro. Of course, I understand, Councilor Rosario, that you are now ready to move for the approval of this ordinance on second reading. Right? Okay. Councilor Baldimoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I was co-author of this ordinance. However, this new provision, just want to request to request to the main author to consider my proposal on item number 4 regarding the parking fee. As we all know, Mr. Chair, we promote the Naga City People's Mall na siya itong saudan kang mga taga-Naga and other nearby municipalities. Kung malag po kitang parking fee within that area, may magiging constraint naman yan na imbes na sa People's Mall magduman, maduwang isip. Ang SM and Robinson free parking po sinda. So may I suggest to the main proponent to consider na ang first 1 hour is free, the succeeding pag more than 1 hour na saka na kita mag singil ning parking fee. And another suggestion, Mr. Chair, instead of the City Treasurer's Office, why not utilize the authorized collector from the Naga City People's Mall? Medyo harayo na po ang City Treasurers. May mga authorized collectors man ang Naga City People's Mall, sinda na lang ang mag-collect. And pertaining to the suggestion of the proponent na ang barangay ang ma-collect, as of today po medyo in question kung isay ang may jurisdiction sa Naga City People's Mall. Kaya para maiwasan tanan na baka mag-duplication, magsingil ang sarong barangay, masingil pang another barangay, itautan na lang gabos sa personnel of the Naga City People's Mall the collection of the parking fee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Baldemoro. Councilor Del Rosario?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we'll take note of the suggestions of the Honorable Baldemoro.
Are you considering it?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any other comment? Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Clarification on when should the enforcer, what would be the basis of the enforcer to decide whether to wheel clamp or to tow? Is there a difference between the two, wheel clamping and towing, or is just one and the same? In other words, you will wheel clamp first and then tow, or wheel clamp only or tow only. So it's not clear in the ordinance. I think it has to be clarified. Second, for the towing, where will the vehicles be brought, or the impounding area? Should the operator also submit in its accreditation, also present where the facility will be, because it's not one of the requirements to be submitted, proof of appropriate area as impounding area? That's not one of the requirements from the impounding service who will apply for accreditation. So I think we should look into that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Rakid Arroyo. Councilor Del Rosario.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. As to whether ma-wheel clamp muna or ma-tow na directly, Mr. Chair, tuloy po piga ulay mi yan na mas effective. Although successful kita sa wheel clamping, pero baka mas effective na diretso ng ito. But we'll consider the suggestion of Councilor Miles. Now, as to the accreditation of towing companies, indeed, there must be a clear statement there that there is a sufficient area na impounding area. So we'll consider that ample and safe area.
So the impounding area will be the responsibility of the towing entity?
Yes, yes, Mr.
Okay, and that should be included as among the requirements for accreditation. Can we go back on the first concern, whether to wheel clamp first or to immediately tow the vehicle? Can we settle that? If you simply wheel clamp the vehicle without towing it just the same, it's obstructing the right of way. Considering that right from the very start, we have declared an area to be a tow-away area, the purpose of which is to ensure free passage of the vehicle, we might as well immediately tow the vehicle. Otherwise, if the vehicle or vehicles remain in the area, it will not serve the purpose of ensuring free passage of the vehicles. For all we know, the vehicle may stay there for how many minutes, how many hours, contributing to traffic congestion. So we better decide now, considering that this is being submitted on second reading. Okay? Councilor Greg Abunal.
Mr. Chairman, the last pronouncement from the chair makes it clear that wheel clamping is not a solution to obstruction ng traffic. It appears to be pointing directly to towing. My question, Mr. Chairman, is when is this to be effective? Upon approval, or upon so many days approval, or upon authorization of a towing company? Kasi habang walang towing company, hindi tayo magto-tow unless the city provides a towing service. all this thing is dependent on a designation of accredited towing company or towing companies for that matter. Siguro dapat anticipate on yan, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Councilor Del Rosario, as to the effectivity?
Yes, Mr. The provision of the accreditation of the towing firms, the guidelines are stated in the ordinance. So we really have first to approve the ordinance, then siguro po publication, and we invite those interested. And later on, Mr. Chairman, siguro po ang city can declare kung ang executive branch can declare kung no rin siya pwede magpon. Kasi may requirement po to establish o to put yung mga signages, appropriate signages. Actually, it will take time para ma-warningan ang public, Mr. Chair.
In other words, there are factors to consider before we can finally say that the ordinance is already effective as to its towing aspect. With respect to the other aspects of the ordinance, after publication, they are already effective. But as to towing, you still have to consider not only the publication, approval in publication, but also the accreditation, as well as the installation of certain signages. Without these three concurring, the ordinance is not considered effective. Councilor Greg Abunal.
No, on the other hand, Mr. Chairman, I don't think we should implement anything without the towing company.
That's correct.
Kasi
So
pag
that's
nag-sign
included in the
tayo-
accreditation.
Correct. I think everything is dependent on the availability and effectivity of the towing company.
Okay.
Incidentally, I wanted to find out, Mr. Chairman, I suggested that regardless of which areas are permissible for parking, as a rule, there should be no parking. As a matter of fact, no stopping, no loading, unloading within so many meters
From the corner.
From the corners. Na it's violated all over the place. 24 hours, 24/7. I was looking for it to be there somewhere. Hindi ko po makita.
Can we also include the certain areas after certain corner roads as towing away zone or areas? This will assure us that these are free. Ano ba yan? Is it 5 meters from the corner or 6? 6? Okay. Councilor Del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a suggestion to the principal authority chair on the concern that paano kung mayo pang towing company na accredited ang city? In the ordinance is already in effect. I suggest na baka pwede magbugta kitang transitory provision na meantime na mayo pa ning accredited towing company. It would be the city government of
The
Naga
city.
through the public safety office ang mag-undertake ang trabaho. Baka
Okay.
pwedeng bugtakan to close the gap after the effectivity of the ordinance, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Councilor Del Rosario. I think that is a very good suggestion of Councilor
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Del Castillo.
Yes, Mr. Chair. As far as the concern of Councilor Abunal, yung 6 meters pong mining obstruction, that's an international standard. Pwede man pong, although aram na po yung kansi mga enforcers, but baka pwede naman po giraray na ibugtak yung din.
Okay. 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 So given all these proposed suggestions,
I will consolidate, Mr. Chair, all the suggestions and resubmit this in due time, Mr. Chair.
okay. Councilor Labadia Jr.
Mr. Chairman, itong sa issue kang no contact apprehension, makakaiba na yan dyan. Pwede nang i-ano.
Councilor Del Rosario.
Medyo tedious po si process kan si no contact apprehension policy. I don't think na maihabol ta po yan.
Saka na lang siguro. Ano? Okay. So with this, we are suspending further discussion to await for the final proposed ordinance. Thank you, Councilor Del Rosario. Next item.
The matter of One Naga Platinum Gaming.
Councilor Jose Ranyola.
This was already taken up during our committee hearing in Games and Amusement, but when I reported it here, it was inadvertently not included. So may I move now, Mr. Chair, that we pass a resolution endorsing the change of the status of Platinum Sphere Gaming Center to One Naga Platinum E-Gaming Corporation.
Any second? Without objection, the same is approved. Next. Are we not going back to item number 5, Councilor Del Rosario?
Yes, sir.
Of the unfinished business?
Mr. We are still waiting for the letter from the Mayor's Office. May kasal po kay ngunyan na pig-undertake pig-officiate si Mayor.
So we just include this in the calendar for our
session.
next
Yes.
session. Okay. Next item.
The matter on the job order employees, Mr. Chair.
Come again?
The appropriation ordinance for job order.
Okay. So for item, I think this is connected with item number 2 of the unfinished business. What is our disposition on the proposed appropriation ordinance for job order and contractual employees? Councilor Baldimoro.
I understand, Mr. Chair, that the Honorable Del Castillo is requesting for a
certification. It is already with the secretary. This one. Councilor Del Castillo.
Actually, Mr. Chair, I was prodded by my colleagues to make the motion so that I cannot object. So with that, Mr. Chairman, in considering that the funds are available and the question on the assignment of the job order employees without prejudice to the appearance of the Human Resource Management Officer on the next regular session, I move that we pass an ordinance reverting the amount of 263,797 pesos from salary lapses of the vacant position of the City Government Department Head 1 at the City Social Welfare and Development Office in appropriating this said amount, as well as the amount of 1,510,153 pesos from the 2017 surplus, 2016 surplus rather, it is not 2017, 2016 surplus to other general services of the various offices as per the attached list from the Human Resource Management Office.
Any
so, move, Mr. Chairman.
Second, without objection. Is there an objection? Same is approved. Next item.
New business. The undated letter of Ms. Socorro Ramos Lafuente, officer of BIR, requesting donation of lot from Almeda Highway.
Denied.
Almeda Property.
We refer this to the Committee on City Properties. Councilor Del Castillo.
At the outset, Mr. Chairman, we have no more lot that can be donated or be subject of a contract of use of property.
Okay.
The property at the Almeda, along the Almeda Highway is fully reserved. So at this early, Mr. Chairman, I believe that we cannot affirmatively grant that request.
So you are moving that we notify BIR that the request cannot be granted.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Any second? Same is approved. Next item.
The undated letter of Mr. Danilo Acal, owner of Eilat.
Housing and Settlement Development Committee.
The undated letter of Mr. Danilo Volante, President Kalipuda, requesting action against
Committee on
Colorado
Transportation.
The letter dated October 6 of Mr. Jomar Ruiz, student.
This is referred to the Committee on Appropriations.
The endorsement from the City Mayor submitting the proposed annual budget.
Appropriations Committee.
The proposed resolution of the Honorable Del Rosario creating an oversight committee.
Public Safety.
Number 7. Public Safety.
Okay.
The letter from Ms. Rosette Anastasia requesting financial assistance.
Committee on Appropriations.
Other matters, the letter dated October 12 of Ms. Teresita Borile, State Auditor 4, COA, Pili Camarines, transmitting the audit report on the accounts and operations of Barangay Carolina for the years 2014, 2015, and 2016. Nominal voting.
Councilor Balimoro. Before that, Councilor Greg Abonal.
Mr. Chairman, earlier I manifested that item number 4 of the unfinished business be taken up only after decision on the proposed terminal.
In connection with item number 5.
Yes.
So
and therefore, that is to be carried over for calendar always
okay.
after the
Okay,
terminal.
so that is our understanding. Okay. Any other matter? If none, Councilor Elmer Balimo. Yes, Councilor Del Castillo.
Just clarification. May I know, Mr. Chair, whether the 2018 budget was already submitted to us?
Isn't that the item number...
Yes,
it's included under our new business.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So, Councilor Balimoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I move that all the approved resolution and ordinance be transferred to nominal voting and approve the same.
Any second? Same is approved.
Motion to adjourn, Mr.
Session
Chair.
is now adjourned. Thank you.
at simbahan. At buong inyong sa pagkapos para sa buhay, sa merkado, sa kabubuhan, sa kanyang inikang parokya.